We're going to talk about what you're going to do with customers when they first walk in the door. Then you're going to have some financial services training sandwiched in there in the middle between my two parts of this presentation, the last part of which is the checkout process. Our executive director, Suya Miranda, could not be here this morning, but she did have a message of welcome to all of you. She wants you to know that we welcome you into a community of cool, passionate, dedicated people. I think that's an excellent descriptor of our little PNP community here. And she hopes that you share her personal values of growth and innovation, commitment to social justice and equity, and persistence to break barriers and reach people who need our services most. So we're going to start out by talking about the customers because they are really at the center of everything that we do. They are the beating heart of our organization. The customers, as I said, center of everything that we do. And everything that we're doing at the tax clinic is for the benefit of our customers. But it's important to remember that this is also a much larger operation. The next concentric circle is the volunteers, like most of you, some of you. And we are very aware that we could not do this work without a legion of dedicated volunteers. Beyond the volunteers, there's also a lot more parts and pieces to Prepare and Prosper. There are the staff, full-time and seasonal. There's also the larger Prepare and Prosper community, board members, donors, site partners, all the other people who contribute to what we do here. I'm going to shift this back real quick so I remember. And then there's the larger community. We know that when our customers come here and they get access to their tax refund, they get access to financial services and referrals that make their financial lives better, it makes them better able to invest in their communities. It keeps our whole community healthier when everyone can be served in this way. But we also have to remember that we operate within the larger context of the laws and regulations that govern our work. So we are part of a program called the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program, or VITA. That is an IRS program, and the IRS regulates very much of what we are allowed to do here. And obviously, even without them regulating us, the tax code is regulating the work that we do in preparing and reviewing returns. So there's this much bigger context, but the customers are what it's all about. I'm blanking on what mine is.
Hang on just a second, friends. Thanks for your grace.
I'm really okay with not having speaker notes too like that.
No, I figured it out.
Okay.
Just need to click back into the... We are recording for people who can't be here because this role is so important that we need to include even the people who are very sick today. They're going to watch recordings afterward.
And I will just use this moment to say, we are going to throw so much information at you today, and particularly today when you're doing the whole training in one go. What we're really trying to get you to learn today is the kind of issue spotting that you need to know to do the CSV role. 90+% of what you're going to do in this role, you are going to learn by doing. What we're really just trying to do is give you a sense of, like, you know, words and phrases that can trigger you to say, I have to ask more questions about this. So it's a very hands-on learning experience that you have in the tax clinic. A successful training is knowing where to look for answers to the questions you're invariably going to have. So right now we're shifting into looking at the tax clinic from the customer's perspective. It's really easy as you're getting all of this information. to be focused on, what do I need to know to do a checkout? What do I need to know to do financial services? But we really want you to stay grounded in what the customers are experiencing, because again, this is a really customer service heavy role. And so the more empathy you can have, the more you can understand some of what the customers are experiencing, the better you're going to be able to connect with them, the better relationships you're going to be able to form, and the better experience you're going to be able to provide for them. Let me switch to that. Okay, so as we're thinking about the customer's experience, let's think about what actually has to happen for them to get in our doors. So shout out for me, what are a couple things that you think customers have to do before they can get here for their 2 to 3 hour long tax appointment?
Full day of work.
Yep, for weekday clinics, definitely, or a whole long week of work before our Saturday morning clinics. What else?
Transportation.
Yeah, they have to figure out how to actually get to us, and that might mean navigating public transit. It might mean lining up a ride. It might mean getting an Uber. It definitely at this time of year is going to mean going out into some extreme cold. What else?
Getting
their documents together. And yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about just how difficult that can be sometimes. There's a lot to manage, a lot to remember. Okay. So yeah, here are a couple of things they might have to do. First of all, they have to get an appointment. That can be hard to do, especially like around February, March. And closer to any time it's hard to do. They have to schedule it around their work. They have to worry about many of them have to worry about childcare, or worry about bringing their kids and making sure their kids are entertained for 2 to 3 hours. They have to actually get here on time. We talked about, and I didn't even mention metro mobility as one of the things they might have to negotiate to get in the door. And then there's, many of our customers will have to navigate disability or mobility issues just to actually get in the door. Just think about what you had to figure out to get in here today. You had to figure out parking. There's a code to get into the lot. If that's where you parked. You have to figure out that, the address is on University Avenue, but the door faces onto curfew. So you have to actually figure out how to get in there. The minute you walk in the door, there are steps you have to go up. So if you need to use the chair lift or the lift, that can be tricky to work. Then you have to actually navigate your way down here and find your way into the tax clinic, or into this room in your case. So there really is just a lot to figure out, and this is probably on your minds right now because many of you are coming here for the first time, and so you've just had to navigate some of this, but our customers are doing it in the context of being stressed out about getting their taxes done. And it's really important to remember just how kind of overwhelming that can be and how hard it can be to navigate those challenges when you're under that kind of stress. So given all that, how do you think they might be feeling when they walk in the door? Stressed out, overwhelmed.
Kind of tense. You might notice it in some of their responses.
Yeah.
Even if they're not upset with you, you can just kind of sense it.
Yeah, definitely. So we have a whole list of things they might be. They might be anxious, overwhelmed, embarrassed about situations of regarding their past tax issues. If they didn't remember to bring all those documents, they might be stressed, they might be tired, they might be worried about being judged for a number of different reasons. But kind of like Pandora's box, they might also be hopeful there are some positive emotions associated with being here, especially for our customers who come year after year. They think of this as a place where, yes, it's really stressful to get here, but they're going to get help that they really need. And it's wonderful to see, I mentioned it before when I was talking about how rewarding it is to volunteer here, the relief on people's faces is just a beautiful sight. So we need to be aware that many of our customers have experienced financial trauma in their lives. I don't want to make generalizations. I don't want to speak for all of our customers, but for large numbers of our customers, whether it's struggling to keep up with bills, struggling to get enough money coming in the door to be able to cover basic expenses, whether it's a history of being denied bank accounts, being denied credit, whether it's having experienced being unhoused. They're just, our customers come to us, many of them with a significant history of financial trauma. And that can look a lot of different ways. There is no one way that financial trauma shows up in the clinics. It can look like hypervigilance. It can just look like being really checked out. A lot of the time, customers come in and they just feel kind of numb. And maybe they have a stack of letters from the IRS that they just haven't been able to bring themselves to open. But what's important to remember is they did the work, they got over the hurdles to actually get here. And so what we want to focus on is, they're here now, we can help them. Or we really hope we can help them. And we also have to remember that there's a good deal of shame. And shame can look like a lot of different things. And our job is to just really make sure they know that there is no need to feel shame in this space. We are not here to judge. We are just here to help. And, whatever happened in the past, we're just focused on moving forward. So it's also important to remember that a lot of financial trauma is actually directly tied to taxes. People experience financial trauma in a lot of ways, but taxes in and of themselves are traumatizing. The stakes are high. For a lot of our customers, their tax refund can amount to as much as 1/3 of the income that they have coming in a year. So, they can't afford to make mistakes. We tend to think of taxes as just an obligation, but in fact, our tax code is one of the major ways that we as a society put money back into people's hands. It's a major way of distributing government benefits, but we do it in a really confusing way that makes people feel bad because they don't know how to navigate it. And that includes many of our new volunteers who are trying to figure out how to learn tax prep. The system can be punitive. There can be big consequences for making mistakes. It feels dehumanizing. Even when the IRS doesn't try to sound threatening, they do. We know that certain people are audited disproportionately. Black filers who claim the earned income tax credit are audited at a much higher rate than other groups. Low-income people are audited at a much higher rate than high-income people. The complex tax code in many ways is set up to benefit wealthy people, even as it delivers valuable benefits to others. The complexity of it puts people at a disadvantage when they don't have access to free tax prep and have to, or access, I would just say if they don't have access to qualified tax help. There are a lot of people out there who are providing, people and organizations who are providing tax prep at a really high fee level. And when you think about someone's tax refund as their money, which it is, to have to pay someone to access your own money can also be really traumatizing. If you're getting a $1,500 refund, but you have to pay $300 to somebody just to get that, that's 20% of your money. And so we are here to try and mitigate some of that trauma. And then we also, especially, this is even more true now than it was in early December when I was first training, immigration status can make taxes feel especially risky. We're helping a lot of customers with a lot of different immigration statuses, and it's not just our undocumented customers who are feeling particularly at risk right now. So just all of this is the backdrop to what we're doing. So what do we do about this? How do we respond to all of this trauma? We try to be empowered. We offer choices when we can, especially with financial services. There are a lot of choices that are, we tend to think of the tax law as black and white, but there are choices to be made. So we want to be transparent. We want to share information while also recognizing that sometimes people can only take in so much at a time. We don't want to just, overload. So we want to be aware of what people, the work that people did to get here. And I really think that it's important to say, lead with curiosity. Don't come in with your mind made up about what someone needs. Learn about them, get to know them, so we can figure out the right thing for them at the right time. And we always check our judgment at the door. That's fine. Okay. Is it working? Yes. All right. And then just, again, normalize the confusion. It's okay to be confused. You're going to be confused in the beginning. We're all confused, but we know where to look. We know how to solve problems. Let's come back together. We're going to talk a little bit about the basics of what we do and the resources that you have available while we do it. So, our major service is in-person tax preparation. We have 9 locations in St. Paul, Minneapolis, and Bloomington, including a dedicated Spanish-speaking clinic here at the main office. All of our services are done by appointment, but we'll talk a little bit more about what that means. We have a couple of special focus programs which you will most likely not be directly involved with, but it's good to know that they exist because sometimes we want to direct customers to these other programs. We have a special self-employment clinic. That is for taxpayers who had over $10,000 in income from self-employment. So the income limits are the same as for our regular services, but if more than $10,000 of their income was from self-employment, we want to refer them there. It's also where we just send our most complex tax situations rather than spending 4 hours on something in a regular clinic. We also have a remote tax prep program. This is for customers who live in various congregate living settings, and that is the one program where we do things without the customers having to actually be here. We also have a do-it-yourself tax prep program that customers can sign up for if they have relatively simple returns and they feel comfortable doing it themselves. They'll get support from us as they work through that. If you have questions at any point, just please feel free, raise your hand. I tend to be bad about remembering to stop and say, are there any questions? So just jump in when you need to. You have a big support system as volunteers. You have managers and other experienced volunteers. We can help answer your tax questions or tell you where to look for the answers. You're not going to have a lot of high complexity tax questions, but you will have tax questions just that come up during check-in and check-out. We can help you navigate customer interactions, and you're not going to so much have tax layer problems, but we can help you troubleshoot various issues that come up. Get comfortable saying, and I'm just talking to volunteers here, managers, you've got to work through this, but you get comfortable saying, I don't know the answer to this. I'm going to have to talk to someone else. And managers get comfortable saying, I'm not sure about the answer to this. I'm going to have to consult my resources and get back to you. Managers are here to manage the flow of the clinic. We lead a team huddle at the beginning. We there are certain calls that we make, like whether or not we can help someone, and we just generally manage the flow. We keep an eye on everything and make sure that everything's moving as it should be through the clinic. You also have a big support system with the Volunteer Resources Department, or VRD. See Sarah and Mary here, who many of you have probably interacted with, and of course Holly, who's in the back of the room today. They are the ones who actually do things like scheduling. If you know that you're going to have to miss a clinic, or if you are sick, they are the ones you want to reach out to. Even if you know weeks in advance, telling your manager is not the best way to do it, because it's VRD that's going to be looking for someone to sub for you. So we know that not everybody can be at every single clinic. It's fine to miss, but the earlier you can tell VRD, the better. They also put on a whole bunch of other things like what you see on your screen. We have surveys so you can give feedback. We'll talk more about that. Game nights, happy hours, are just all kinds of things that VRD is always working on to keep us engaged. You have a couple of other tools that are important. You have your manual that is in the bag that you picked up. This is a helpful training guide. It's also a reference throughout your time volunteering, and it has details about all the various components of the work that you're going to be doing. And you'll see as we go through on the slides, there's always a page number so you can be following along in the book if you want to. One of the other really important tools within a tool, on the inside front cover of the manual, you have a screening tool. This is really important as you are doing the work that we're going to be getting to in a minute here of checking in and screening customers. Just has a lot of extra supplemental information for the processes we're going to be talking about. Also, in your manual, there is there's a version of this pink sheet that is our volunteer checklist. Every customer that comes into the site is going to be assigned one of these, and it has a checklist for screening, preparation, review, and checkout. We'll talk about all these components in a little bit. This is how we ensure a consistent process for every customer who comes through, but it's also a great tool for helping you stay on task, prompting you to know the next thing that you're going to be working on. So as the customer comes in, these are the major steps that they go through. They get screened, their return gets prepared, their return gets reviewed, and then they go over the return and check out. We put financial services in here, but financial services really happens at any time during the clinic. They can be getting financial services before they get prepared. They can be working with you on financial services while they're getting prepared. There's a lot of data entry that goes into preparation, and downtime when the preparer doesn't actually need the customer's attention. You can be working with financial services during that time. Most financial services happen while the customer is being reviewed. We'll talk more about that whole process later on. But even during checkout, financial services can come up, and you can be providing them help at that point. So let's dig into the check-in and screening process. The first thing that you do, you bookend the process with the customers. You're the first person they talk to and the last person they talk to. So Holly and I are going to do just a really quick demonstration of what it looks like to check a customer in.
I'm walking into the clinic.
Hi, good morning. Are you here for taxes?
I am.
Great. What is your name?
I'm Holly Daniels.
And Holly, what are we working on here today? 2025 taxes?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you done your taxes with us before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, great. So you're familiar with the process. That we're going to give you some paperwork to fill out, and then when the preparer is ready for you, we're going to take you back. They're going to prepare your return and ask you a lot of questions, and then you'll come back out here to wait while a second preparer or second volunteer reviews your return. And then when they're finished, we're going to find you and we'll go over some things with you, get you checked out. Okay? We know that it can take a few hours.
Sure.
Are you filing as an individual or jointly with a spouse?
Single.
Okay, great. Do you have your photo ID with you today?
I really do.
Awesome. What about, do you have proof of social security number or ID?
Yes, here it is.
Awesome.
It's my cut card.
Okay, and then are you familiar with our income guidelines? Are you still within those?
What I need.
We can help individuals with income of $40,000 a year or less.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And then we just have a couple questions that we ask everybody. For 2025, did you rent property to another person?
No.
Were you active military or National Guard?
Mm-hmm.
Did you do anything with cryptocurrency like Bitcoin?
No.
And did you file for bankruptcy or have a bankruptcy act?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then you're not an international student, are you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any income from self-employment?
No.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, do you have all of your tax documents with you today?
Yes, I got some things.
Okay. Awesome. Are you filing for the rent credit?
I am a renter.
Do you have your certificate of rent paid with you?
It's in my email.
All right, awesome. We'll be able to help you get that printed out then. And then if you're getting a refund today, do you have access to a bank account with routing account number? Do you have those with you today?
Yep.
I'm just going to get an envelope set up for you here. All right, so here is a set of paperwork.
These things?
Yes, those things. And just pay special attention to this green sheet. This is our financial services. These are our non-tax services. Please do read through that and just mark anything that looks interesting to you, and we'll circle back with you. Great. Okay. If you just want to have a seat and get started filling that out, you don't need to bring it up when you're done. You can just hang on to it. You're checked in, and we will call you when there's a preparer who's ready for you. But please feel free and come up and if you have any questions while you're filling out the paperwork.
Great, thanks.
All right. So that's, and I totally missed all of this. So basically, you just got an example for context. Next, we're going to go through each of those steps individually and unpack what we did, and then you're going to get to practice them. So the first thing you need to know is that we use a software called Acuity for scheduling tax appointments. So when you come in the morning, a manager hopefully will have printed out the customer list for you. We also can use Acuity to look up customer appointments throughout the clinic. Acuity allows for online scheduling. So some of our customers go to our website to schedule their appointment and some call in and do it by phone. Acuity kind of reserves appointments for each of those methods. But what's important for you to know is if there's not already a customer list, nudge a manager to print one of those out. And we book appointments 2 weeks at a time, and the appointments open every other Monday at 10 a.m. So I think we've got one coming up. I'm blanking on when the next, February 9th, yeah. That's the next time we're going to have appointments opening up. We don't open up the whole tax season because we have found that the farther out people book, the harder it is for them often to keep those appointments. So when the customer sign-in sheet gets printed, this is what it's going to look like. Just to give you an idea, some things will be pre-printed, like the time of the appointment and the names. Sometimes there will be comments already printed in that field, but we are also going to be using this sign-in sheet. This is another resource that you have available to you because we're going to be writing it at all times. We only have one, so you and the other CSVs will have to share this. And sometimes that can get tricky when you have 3 or 4 people needing it at once. But it's important because we're going to be constantly adding to it. If we have multiples floating around, it just is too hard to work with. So the first thing that we want to do, which obviously I wasn't really able to demonstrate this as I was checking Holly in, but the first thing you want to do is determine what someone's appointment number is. So as you can see, we have different appointment times on the sheet, and we have like a darker line where 5:45 appointments end and 6 o'clock appointments begin. I like to take a highlighter and make that really visible, because the customer's appointment time is, or the appointment number is the time that they were scheduled and then the order in which they arrived within that block of appointments. So we have Kat, who's the first person on our list, and in this case, the first person to arrive for their appointment. Kat comes in at 5:30. So their check-in time is 5:30. But their appointment number, their customer number, is 5:45, because that's their appointment time, -1, because they were the first 5:45 appointment to walk in the door. So we're going to write 5:30 in here, but we're going to put 1 in the number column, and on their checklist, under appointment time and number, we're going to write 5:45-1. So in this case, the customers are being really cooperative. They're coming in the order they appear on the list for now. So Yanni comes in at 5:32. Their number is still 5:45-2. Let's see. So let's see. All right, then we have Samuel, who comes in still on time, 5:41. Their number is going to be 5:45-3. And then next, we got Amara, who comes in for a 6 o'clock appointment at 5:45. Again, still very early. Amara's number is going to be 6 o'clock 1, even though they arrived at 5:45. Oops, I went a little bit too far there. Okay, so then Annabelle walks in at 5:50. Notice Annabelle's appointment is 5:45, but we do give a 15-minute grace period. So Annabelle is still considered on time, even though they came in 5 minutes after their scheduled appointment time. So late or not, Annabelle's number is going to be 5:45-4, and they're going to get treated as though they were on time for their appointment. Same with Zach, who came in 10 minutes late, but still within that 15-minute grace period window. Their number is 5:45-5. And we'll talk about customers who are more than 15 minutes late in a minute. Then we get Rose, who comes in at 6 o'clock for a 6:30 appointment. Sorry, it's covered up there. Again, very early. Rose's number is still 6:31. Ricky arrives at 6:02. What's their number going to be? 6 o'clock appointment, they get there at 6 o'clock. Yep. They are 6 o'clock too. Okay. So, couple of issues we see pretty commonly with check-ins. Somebody might walk in and they don't have an appointment. I told you all of our services are done by appointment. That doesn't mean we can't occasionally help people who come in without an appointment. And especially some of our sites were historically walk-in sites, changed during the pandemic to appointments. Customers might still come in and not know they needed to make an appointment. We will accommodate customers as we can. So talk to a manager, say, can we see this person today without an appointment? If we can, we will. If not, we have brochures to give them to help them with scheduling. And if you have time, you can help them get on our website and schedule an appointment for a later date. Sometimes we'll have customers who come in with an appointment and say they have an appointment, but you don't see them on the list. Well, it could be that their appointment is scheduled for a different day, and they got confused about when they were coming. It could be that they have an appointment that day, but it was at a different site, and they just came to the wrong place. Again, we'll work with a manager to look them up in Acuity, and we'll determine, is it better to have them come back, or can we help them today? Can we help them here rather than have them drive across town for their actual appointment? If they are more than 15 minutes late, talk to a manager. At a certain point, they become treated as a walk-in customer. We know that it's hard for people to get here. We talked about all the hurdles they have to overcome, but we still also have to be respectful of the customers who came on time. And so, we are going to do whatever we can for our customers, but sometimes that means, okay, you were very late, so we have to, you're going to wait a long time to get your taxes done. And there's more information about common situations in your manual. So, as I said, you start a checklist the minute a customer comes in, write their preferred name. They check in, they say, my name's James. Okay, is James your preferred name? Would you rather be called Jim here at the tax clinic? Write down what they want to be called. Determine their appointment time, write that in. Then we want to write the tax year that they're doing. Most of our customers are going to be doing 2025 taxes this year, but we do some prior years as well. So we want to figure that out up front. And then note their check-in time. As issues come up during screening, you're going to want to use your screening tool to help you problem solve. Again, anytime you need help, ask a manager. And remember, anytime you're thinking that you might have to turn a customer away, get a manager involved. Never just unilaterally send a customer away. So managers have more troubleshooting tips at our fingertips, and we can help you with situations like that. You notice, so that then we're going to get to the actual parts of the screening checklist, the little check boxes. You notice the first thing I asked Holly was, have you done your taxes with us before? That's going to help you determine how much information you have to give them about the clinic process. So I probably gave Holly a lengthier description of the process than I would have otherwise if she says I come every year. If they've never been here before, I'm going to spend a little time on this. If they have been, I'm going to go through it pretty quickly. So basically, you're going to ask them some questions to screen them, make sure they're ready to get their taxes done. You're going to give them paperwork. They're going to work with a preparer who will ask them questions, and they can ask preparer questions. Then everything's going to get reviewed, just making sure the return is perfect. And then after review, you or one of the other CSVs will call them and help them get checked out. And we always want to make sure, even if they've done their taxes with us before, that they are prepared to be here for 2 to 3 hours. So let's get back into our little groups, and let's just take a really short amount of time, practice explaining to the customers what the process is. And you've got the steps on here to remind you in case you need a refresher. We're going to talk about each step individually. So you've explained to them what the process is. So the next step on the checklist is, are you filing a joint return with a spouse? I find that it's better to ask it that way than to just say, are you married? Because people can find that kind of an intrusive question. So basically, are you filing with a spouse is the way we typically ask. And we need to know this because if they are filing a joint return with a spouse, both spouses need to be present to sign the consent forms and just to know what they're getting into with their taxes. We can make a few exceptions. Mainly, if we know the spouse is going to be coming later, we can start the return with just one spouse, but the spouse will have to come during the appointment before we can file, and they'll have to come with ID and proof of Social Security or ITIN as well. The other exception is when one spouse has power of attorney for the other spouse, authorizing them to file on behalf of both spouses. And if somebody ever comes in and says, yes, I have power of attorney, you want to make sure you get a manager involved quickly because we're going to need to look over the forms that they brought and confirm that that power of attorney really works for our clinic. So that's the big thing. If they say, I'm filing a joint return, but my spouse is not here right now, we need to do a little more troubleshooting. The next thing we want to do is use the picture ID. We do need to verify the identity of any customer who comes in the door. And our photo ID can, we use that term to mean a lot of different things. We can accept any of the IDs that are listed up here. We can accept passports from other countries. We can accept expired driver's licenses. That's a common thing you'll see. You don't stop being yourself just because your driver's license expires. So, broad discretion, but we have to make sure that we are filing for the person, that the person is who they say they are. The next step is to verify Social Security number or ITIN. So we can accept an original Social Security card. If you don't know what an ITIN is, that's fine. We'll get to that on the next slide. But for Social Security, we can take the original card, a digital image of the card, or a photocopy of the Social Security card. There are also other documents that we can accept. A prior year tax return, as long as it's not like something somebody brought in that they filled out themselves with pen and paper. If it's actually something that has been filed, we can take it whether we prepared it or not. So if somebody comes in and they have a printout from TurboTax or a folder from H&R Block, as long as it has their Social Security number on it, we can accept that. And if they filed with us in the past, get a manager involved, because the managers can look up their prior year's tax return in the system and print it out, and then we can use that. And that's what a lot of our customers will do. They don't want to carry their cards around, just like none of us would want to. So oftentimes they'll bring their Social Security card once and then their prior year's tax return every year after that. We can also accept a letter that came from IRS or Minnesota Revenue if it has the Social Security number on it. And there are also a lot of documents from the Social Security Administration that we can accept. Form SSA 1099 is the tax document that they get when they receive Social Security benefits that will have if they got regular retirement benefits or SSDI, that will have their number on it. We want to confirm that they really do have a document that has the number, but we have broad power to accept things from Social Security. Might be a benefit statement that tells them what they're going to get in the future year. If it has their number, we take it. And for things from Social Security, we can even accept partial numbers sometimes. But I would get a manager involved when that comes up. This is a situation where you really do want to be able to troubleshoot. It's good to take a look at your screening tool in advance and really kind of commit to memory what some of the things are we can take, and you might have to ask a lot of questions before you can get to a place where you know that we have acceptable documentation of Social Security. And again, this is because we need to make sure we are filing for people, the people are who they say they are, we're filing for them. And because if we get a Social Security number wrong, it can cause refund delays and returns can be rejected. It's a headache for a customer. And it's also important to remember we need proof of Social Security for the customer and for all of their dependents. We do not need photo ID for dependents, but we do need proof of Social Security. And we can accept prior year's tax returns as proof of dependent socials as well. So, talk about Social Security number or ITIN. So what is an ITIN? That stands for Individual Taxpayer Identification Number. And this is a number that the IRS issues to people who do not have Social Security numbers but still might need to file a tax return or might benefit from filing a tax return. So the source document for an ITIN is going to look different from the source document for a Social Security number. It's not going to come in a card like a Social Security card. The number, I'll say, it's generally going to be a green piece of paper like this. I'm sure you can see how green that is, but on the screen. But it's a letter from the IRS that has their number. The number itself is going to look like a Social Security number, except it's always going to start with a 9. So ITINs look like Social Security numbers, but unlike, and I will say like Social Security numbers, ITINs have to be applied for. unlike social security numbers, ITINs can expire and need to be renewed sometimes. Prepare and Prosper is a certified acceptance agent. We have members of the full-time staff up on the 4th floor who can help with initial applications for ITINs and ITIN renewals. So if somebody comes in and they tell you that they need to apply for or renew an ITIN for themselves or a dependent, that triggers you to say, I need to go and talk to a manager because we're going to need to make sure they're connected to the right people within the organization who can help with that. And there's a process for handling those returns. So we are now ready to take a 5-minute break. I hope people will start filling back in fairly soon. So the next step in the process, where we left off, was the income guidelines. Again, we can help individual filers with income of $40,000 a year or less, or families with $70,000 a year or less. Now, important to know what a family is. Family, this distinction has nothing to do with marital status. If a customer is married and they're filing with their spouse, then they are a family, whether they have dependents or not. But a family just means any return with more than one person on it. So a family can also be an unmarried customer claiming their children. It can be an unmarried person claiming their parent who they support. Basically, but it can also be a married couple with no dependents, as I said. One other income limit that I will note is our DIY program has higher income limit. Anyone with income up to $89,000 can file through our DIY. So sometimes that's a good referral to make if someone is over income for our in-person clinics, but their return is relatively simple and they want to try and do it on their own for free with support from P&P. These are Prepare and Prosper's income guidelines. We set them because we know we already can't help everybody who's within these income guidelines. So we have to set a limit somewhere, so we're not going to go above those. But because they are our guidelines, we do have discretion to waive them in really compelling cases. That has to be done by a manager, though. So as you're asking about the income guidelines, when you're doing initial screening, it's not really going to work very well if you have a line of people out the door to be checking people's income statements in that moment to make sure that they're within the guidelines. But if somebody knows that they're over, then that's a good moment, and they voluntarily disclose that, that's a good moment to get a manager involved and have the manager talk to them. Sometimes there are situations where it just makes sense to waive the income. One that I'll name is when somebody took a huge retirement distribution in 1 year. Maybe they just retired and they just emptied their retirement account. It might put them over income for that year, but they now have no retirement savings, and it's not a situation that's going to be happening every year. It's okay to waive the income for that 1 year, but needs to be a manager making that decision. The next question has to do with our scope of service. So there are certain issues that we cannot help with. Unlike the income guidelines, the scope of service is set by the VITA program, set by the IRS. And so we cannot waive the things that are out of scope. We can't just say we're going to do an out of scope return on this one time because the person has a compelling reason for it. So our checklist lists some of the most common reasons why a return might be out of scope. That's why I asked Holly what might have sounded like really weird random questions. Were you military? Did you do anything with Bitcoin? Those are just the ones that we see most often, and the idea is if they say yes to any of those, get a manager involved. We might still do more troubleshooting on that, but it's likely that if somebody says yes to any of those questions, we can't help them. There is more information in the preparer manuals, so managers and preparers will have access to that. You're really just spotting the issues and moving them down the line to someone else to deal with if it looks like we might have an out of scope issue. Most of the time, the next question is international students, and most of the time, if someone says, yes, I'm an international student, their return will be out of scope. So there's more information in the screening tool. Get a manager involved if you have an international student. We do have a referrals handout that you can give, if we have to turn someone away. We have a handout that might be able to direct them to other resources, but again, you're never going to turn anyone away without a manager having been involved in that conversation. The next question has to do with self-employment guidelines, and what we're doing there is making sure that if someone has self-employment income, we want to make sure that we can help them in the regular clinic and not have to refer them to the special self-employment clinic that we talked about. So some self-employment situations we can handle at the regular clinic, others need a referral, an in-house referral to our self-employment clinic. So the big question, first question is, did you have any income from self-employment? We do see a lot of self-employed individuals. In this day and age, it's mostly like DoorDash, Grubhub, places like that. It's usually driving sort of self-employment, but we see the whole range of it. If someone says yes, that they have self-employment, then the first question was, do you know if your self-employment income was more than $10,000? And they might have to kind of, look around for that a little bit. But if it was less than $10,000, then your screening tool has a list of other questions you want to ask. The big ones are, we want to make sure, did they have a home office? Did they provide daycare in the home? And did they have, were they selling stuff and maintaining inventory or doing depreciation? Because those are issues that our self-employment volunteers can handle, but at the regular tax clinic, the preparers there do not have the special self-employment certification, so we can't do their taxes there. So that's really, just what we're looking for. And if it gets complicated, talk to a manager. The next question has to do with tax documents. We want to, we can't know when somebody walks in the door if they have all the documents they're going to need. This is never going to be a perfect system. Things can come up. Sometimes people make it all the way to review, and the reviewer spots something that makes them realize that there's a tax document that we're missing. So what you're doing with this question is trying to identify documents that the customer walks in the door knowing that they're missing. So that's why I always say, to the best of your knowledge, do you have all of your tax documents with you today? Because a lot of the time, they're going to say, no, actually, my W-2 is online and I haven't been able to print it yet. So when they self-identify as missing documents, we have ways to troubleshoot with that as well. So there are a couple things we can do. We can get them set up on one of our laptops. If they can log into their payroll program and get a copy of their W-2, then we can print it on our printer. And the other option is, if they have the document on their phone, we have QR codes that we can use. You'll have access to those at the intake station at whatever site you're at, and they can just, scan the QR code and upload that document to our Dropbox, and then the managers have access to that, and so we can get the document printed. So again, need to get a manager involved if they're uploading something. Otherwise, you have access to a laptop, so you can get them set up on that. Other than that, there's not really a lot that you can do at the screening stage for this. It's really, it helps if they fill out their yellow piece of paper that we'll talk about more. That's going to give us a better clue as to what we need from them, because everybody's tax situation is different. So at this point, you're just making sure that they don't know they're missing something. And then The next question is, did you rent in 2025? Has to do with this renter's credit. The renter's credit is a credit on the Minnesota state income tax return. So we do there's three types of returns that we can do at our sites. The first is the federal individual income taxes, and individual just means not a business. So, individual, family, all one form. We can also file Minnesota state income tax returns for individuals. That's the Form M1. And we can file the Form M1PR, which is the property tax refund for homeowners. Now, once upon a time, the M1PR was something that was available to people who owned their homes and to people who rented. As of last year, they changed it, and they made the rent credit part of the income tax return. There's a whole big long explanation for why in the past people did not always bring the documentation they needed to claim the rent credit when they came to do their income taxes. The M1PR, which is now just for homeowners, is a standalone return, meaning you can file it even if you don't file income taxes. Some people don't have a tax filing requirement, but they can still file and claim that refund of their property taxes. The rent credit still works the same way. You may not have any income, but you now can still file your Minnesota state taxes just to claim a credit back for the rent that you paid. If your income was low enough and your rent was high enough, you're entitled to a portion of that back. Specifically, the portion of your rent that went to pay the property taxes on the place that you're renting. What's important is, if they want to claim their rent credit, they have to bring a piece of paper called a Certificate of Rent Paid. That comes from their landlord. CRP is the acronym. You'll hear that acronym a lot in the clinic. That's one thing I will recommend. Most of this is issue spotting, but commit the acronym CRP to memory, because you're going to hear it a lot. We want to make sure that everybody files their CRP, or has their CRP with them. In the past, customers could come in, they could file their federal and state income taxes, and then they could just mail in their CRP later when they got it, and we could do it remotely. We can still do that for homeowners, but for the rent credit now, they have to have their CRP with them in order to do their taxes. And so we're still in a kind of learning curve where some customers are used to the old system and they don't think that they need to bring their CRP with them, but they do. So we're screening for that right now. Do you have that? If the answer is no, get a manager involved. The next question has to do with direct deposit. We have always encouraged direct deposit for our customers because it is faster and it's safer, it's more secure. But as of September 2025, the IRS has announced that they will no longer be issuing paper refund checks. So direct deposit is more critical than ever now. Unfortunately, the IRS also promised in September that they were going to issue detailed guidance about what to do for customers who do not have access to bank accounts for direct deposit. Some guidance has come out. I wouldn't exactly call it detailed at this point, but basically the idea is they have phased out paper refund checks, and so if you want to get a refund, you need to do direct deposit. The good news is we have for years had an option for people who wanted to do direct deposit and did not already have a bank account, and that is to set them up with a prepaid debit card they can have their refund deposited onto. And we will get more into that in the financial services training later on today. But it's important to know we have a lot of customers who are really attached to their paper checks, and that is what they want to continue to receive. It's important to know this year, those are no longer available. The guidance that I have gotten from the main office staff is that if someone insists on a paper check, we can still set it up for them, but the first thing that's going to happen is the IRS is likely to mail them a letter that says, you signed up for a paper check. Is that really what you want? Direct deposit is much better. And then they're going to have to respond to that letter and say, yes, I really want a paper check. And then they're going to have to wait while the IRS processes a paper check, which already took a long time before. That's kind of the best case scenario if someone insists on a paper check. So we really want to push direct deposit for the customer's own sake. I will mention though, this is an IRS change. It does not affect Minnesota revenue. So customers can still get paper checks from the state. They just can't. It's really not much of an option for the federal anymore. So the big question is, we want to know, do they have their direct deposit info with them? If they have a bank account, but they don't know their routing and account number, we have, a few options. They might be able to get on their phone. They might have an app or be able to go to a website and look it up. When it comes to routing numbers, those are publicly available. They're tied to the bank, not the individual. So you can help them look those up. We also have a list of some of the most common ones that's in the preparer manual. So a preparer or manager could try and look for that. They might have a checkbook with them, and that will have their routing and account number on it. And then the other option is if they have filed with us in the past and they want to use the same bank account that they used in prior years, the managers can try to look up the prior year return and we can get bank account information that way. But what we're trying to do right now is just be proactive and know if we have to do some more digging to get routing and account number, we want to get started on that as early as possible so that it doesn't hold things up for the customer later on in the process.
Question. Yeah. So when you're going through these with someone, and you do ask them all before, even if, let's say they're an international student, and so you need a manager. I mean, are you going to stop there and say, let me get a manager? Or you might have to go through and ask them all first? Or
when it comes to the scope and the income guidelines, we're going to stop there, because if this is something that's going to mean that we can't help them at all, we want to know that. We don't want to waste any more of their time. When it comes to the other things like the CRP and the direct deposit stuff, I'm not necessarily going to stop and troubleshoot any one of those individual things. I'm more just going to make a note. So when we get to the end, okay, we have 3 things we need to follow up on now. But, you can do it differently too. I mean, I want to get a sense, and make sure there's nothing that's going to mean they have to leave. But different people might do it differently. But definitely when it comes to the scope stuff, stop there if it looks like it's going to be an issue. The next step in the process is to fill out the customer envelope for them. That's going to be basically the same information you've already put on the pink sheet, the pink checklist. You, along with the packet of paperwork that you're going to give to them, that will always come with an envelope. And so you want to just make sure you write their name, their appointment, their customer number that you have already determined for them, the tax year that we're filing for them, and if they're doing multiple returns, they're going to need multiple envelopes. They get one envelope for every year that they file. And then we're also going to note the check-in time. That's pretty straightforward. After they finish filling out their paperwork, they should put the paperwork into the envelope, and they should also put any tax documents that they brought with them, including their social security card, into that envelope, and that the envelope is what we're going to pass, that gets passed to the preparer, then the preparer passes it to the reviewer passes it to you, you pass it back to the customer. And then the last part of the main check-in checklist is to do with financial services. So I called Holly's attention when I was checking her into this green sheet. This is all of our non-tax services. I used to call it a menu, but they specifically revised this form to make it less like a menu and more like a guide. So it lists it lists the non-tax services, but it also asks kind of open-ended questions that allow you to strike up a conversation with the customer and identify some of the referrals that might be a good fit for them. Talk a lot more about that in future, later on today. But the big thing to call out is that we do more than just prepare taxes here. And you want to call their attention to this form, make sure that they don't ignore it, and let them know that we're going to follow back up with them. Because at some point, the goal is that you are going to be connecting with every customer during the clinic and talking about their financial goals, their financial needs, and trying to see if there are any services that we can connect them with. We don't have quotas. There's no requirement that every customer will leave with a financial referral. The goal is the right referral for the right customer at the right time. But what we want is to make sure they know that there's going to be more process around this form so that they aren't surprised when somebody comes and says, I want to talk about your green, can we talk about your green sheet? Then you saw that I handed the paperwork back to Holly, that I pantomimed doing that. Once you have filled out everything down to this little checkbox at the bottom here, you give the whole packet back to them, and they get to go and sit and start filling it out. You are available to answer questions, but basically at this point they're working independently. I also mentioned to Holly that when they're finished filling it out, they don't bring it back up to you. We don't collect their paperwork from them when they're finished. They hang on to it, and then they give it to the preparer once they're ready. So the packet of paperwork that they get has 3 components, plus an envelope. The first one is this yellow sheet. It's 6 pages long. This is the IRS intake sheet called Form 13614C, because everything has to be have a number when we're talking about the IRS. This has, as the name suggests, this has to do with federal taxes. And this is the same form that someone would get at any VITA site in the country. We have no control over what's on it. The second is the gray Prepare and Prosper specific intake sheet. 4 pages. This is our sheet. We designed this. It collects information that we find particularly helpful in doing tax returns, and it also collects a lot of the Minnesota-specific information that obviously is not going to be collected on here because this is used in every state in the country. And then the last piece is the financial services form that we've already talked about. There are actually 2 different ways that customers can complete their intake paperwork. The most common is they're going to come in, they're going to check in, and you're going to hand it to them, and they're going to fill it out with pen. We give them a clipboard so they have a surface to write on, and they're going to do it here in the clinic. The other option is once they've scheduled their appointment, whether they do it online or by phone, QD sends them a confirmation email, and it has a link in it to a jot form where they can actually complete the paperwork online. This is not the norm, but still a significant number of our customers do it. These, again, they go to Dropbox, just like the documents that people submit using a QR code, so only managers can access these. We print them out at the beginning of each clinic, and then every site has a place where we store those, and you'll get to know where that is at your particular site. And you may have noticed on the intake sheet there was a column for online intake. So after the managers print out the online paperwork, we make a note on the sign-in sheet of who actually completed paperwork. So if you see that a mark in that column when you're checking somebody in, you know to go and look for that paperwork because it's been printed out somewhere. I will say, I think some managers might wait and conserve paper and print those out as customers come in. So you'll get to know what the managers you work with do in that situation. And so you'll either go grab the paperwork or ask a manager to print it. And then in that case, you finish the screening. Definitely make sure that you've verified ID and social or ITIN. And then you can just hand the printed paperwork to that customer and they will be ready to go when it's their turn. Again, I said the customer keeps the envelope and all of the intake paperwork that you gave to them with them while they're waiting for prepare to be ready, but you hang on to the pink checklist. And you'll have a place where you keep those that's at or near the intake station. What we try to do is keep these in the order in which the customer is going to be sent back. So, 545-1, 545-2, 545-3, and then we start getting to the 6 o'clock one. Try really hard to keep those organized because it makes your life easier when a preparer comes up to you and says, I'm ready for somebody. You can just grab one off the top of the pile and say, here's your person. You then, when we'll talk a little bit more about matching customers with preparers. That is the part you'll see down here. There's the main checklist, and then there's a little box that says determine certification level. So we have, in the main tax clinics, we have 2 certification levels for preparers, basic and advanced. A preparer with advanced certification can prepare basic or advanced returns. A preparer with basic certification can only prepare basic returns. On the yellow IRS intake sheet, from the G614C, on page 2 and 3, there are a bunch of questions that pertain specifically to income sources and expenses or life events that the customer might have had during the tax year. They're going to check what applies to them. As you can see, next to each of those boxes, there is either a B or an A. B stands for basic, A stands for advanced. So if something has an A next to it, it means that it has to be handled by an advanced preparer. I will say there are a few of them that can be B or A. You will get more comfortable with that distinction as you volunteer longer. For the time being, I would say if you see an A, err on the side of making sure they go to an advanced preparer. You may also notice that on this one, there's an M. That just means it's out of scope. That is the only one. It has to do with rental property income. You know from your screening checklist that is an out of scope issue. So you only have to worry about it on that one question. If anybody ever answers yes to that, you want to get a manager. Hopefully you will already have screened them and asked them if they had rental property income, but sometimes things get missed. So a good practice is when you have a preparer who's ready for someone, go over and approach the person and say, have you finished filling out your yellow sheet? Can I take a look at it real quick? Then you just run it. If your preparer is basic, you just look for any yes answers that have an A next to them, and then say, okay, if they have an advanced issue, say, you know what, we'll come back to you. But if your preparer is advanced, you can send anybody to them. You don't have to do that extra check. It's just because you don't want to send someone with an advanced issue to a basic preparer necessarily. And again, it's never going to be perfect. Preparers will do a really detailed interview with customers. They may find out there are advanced issues that the customer missed on the paperwork. Things are always going to come up later in the process. There's no way to avoid it. but we want to do the best we can to match preparers with the right certification level. Yeah, it's a good idea, in the early weeks to just kind of commit to memory who's an advanced preparer and who's not. It's going to make your life easier. We do have stickers for the preparer name tags that indicate whether they are basic or advanced. So you'll it'll get easier as you go along. So now we're going to do a quick activity. You are going to get back into your pairs, and you're going to practice using the checklist. You're going to go through the whole thing. You've done a lot of the pieces of it. Now we're going to actually put all of it together. You can use these checklists that you have in front of you. Go ahead and write on them. Actually go through the process of filling it out, and you can write on the envelope as well. So take turns. If you are playing the part of the customer, don't make anything too hard for the person you're working with. You don't need to say that you have out of scope issues. The goal is to get through the whole checklist. And then make sure that you take turns so you both get an opportunity to go through it. Take a couple minutes with that. So technically we're at the point now where we can take a 15-minute break and come back at 11.
Folks, thanks so much for your patience. Okay, will you turn to a neighbor and ask the question, what's one word you'd use to describe your feelings about taxes? Just take 2 minutes and share just to get warmed back up. Thanks so much for chatting with your neighbor about your feelings about taxes. Anyone want to share what came up?
No one likes it.
It's intimidating. Mm-hmm. Any other words?
We kind of echoed that. We said daunting, as our backgrounds are kind of more like literacy and literary education. So that this has been interesting.
Yeah. So when folks come, they're feeling all those things. And then we say, even though you're here for a tax appointment, we have free financial services for you. And sometimes people, while they're in the clinic, have bandwidth to engage with that idea, like, oh, maybe there's something else that I'm interested in. And sometimes they don't have headspace to think about anything other than surviving this tax appointment. So that's kind of something to keep in mind as we go into talking about financial services a little bit, that some folks are going to be like, amazing, give me all of it. And a lot of people are going to be like, what do you mean there's other thoughts you want me to put in my head right now? So this is a little bit of a backdrop here. So we're going to talk about the financial services process. I gave you some new forms. There's some more forms now. I gave you this next steps booklet and this one for documenting over here something. Referrals, and then I think you also have the handout for money conversations too, the stapled one. Oh, it's way over there to say. Oh, maybe you have 2 copies. Actually, can I have them?
Yeah.
Okay. So thanks for your grace that I just threw papers at your area, but we're gonna touch on all of them. We're hopefully gonna have a chance to practice the process. We're gonna talk a little bit about what people can do for their refunds and get into why financial services. And we're doing this series a little bit out of order of what we did for regular training. So this should say CSV 2 for you guys, but if you see 2s and 3s and 4s get mixed up, just know we picked an order for you today that's a little different from what everyone else did. Don't worry about it. Okay. So I'm just curious to ask you all, why do you think, even if you know nothing about Prepare and Prosper's financial services, why might it be important that we offer financial services for customers? These are the ones that are on the green sheet, financial services form. Even if you have no idea what they are and you've never heard of any of this, why might it be important for us to offer free financial services for our tax customers?
Because living unbanked is really challenging.
Marie, do you want to tell us what the word unbanked means if we've never heard it before?
Okay, yeah, well, I'm banker by profession, and so when you think about all the things that you normally take for granted, like, oh, no, let's go my phone and figure out what's going on with my bank, those people don't have access to that.
Yeah.
They might have a card, they can't call someone to go home, there's nobody, everything is very transactional and it's isolating. And it's just not, I mean, it really presents some challenges that you would normally never even think would be faced.
Yeah, thanks so much for bringing up that perspective of someone who doesn't have a bank account, maybe feels distrusting of banks. Appreciate that. What do you think about it?
Yeah, so since onboarding, something I have learned about our customer base that has stuck with me for every shift I've done so far is that the average income of a prepare and prosper customer is about $28,000. And that's, I mean, I don't need to tell any of you that is really, really, really difficult to that's difficult to live on already. And so it lost my train of thought. That's very difficult to live on already. And then it also probably likely means that somebody in that situation would be facing large barriers to building financial security anyway. So in order to kind of close that gap, I think it's good that the financial services.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. I think that's right on. Like, a lot of people who come, they're perfectly happy to just get their taxes done, and they don't really they're not in a place where they're interested in anything else. That's okay. There's some people who are just in survival mode, and honestly, they could use services that are a lot more basic than this. And a lot of people, like, for example, with financial coaching, we're just kind of telling them about a resource that maybe in 5 years they remember that's available and they're ready. So we have all kinds of customers. You're going to see a lot of customers who have no interest, and we're excited to talk to you about how to approach people to ask if they're curious, if they just want to talk about what's available. So let's get into it here. Let's see what we have. There's kind of like 4 kind of movements to the process for financial services. And I don't remember if Amanda mentioned that like every slide has the page of the manual that has that more information about that topic. So this is like the financial services section, which starts on page 23. And my job is putting together training and all of the manuals. So if you're ever like, I want something different for our manuals, please tell me, because then we can be in this process of continuous improvement together. And I also want to mention at the end of today or near the end, we're going to pass out comment cards for you to share some thoughts about today. I know it's going to be a lot of like reflecting at that point, be like, what did happen today? But it would just be so valuable if you have anything to share about how you would, like what worked for you and how you would want us to do this differently next year. Okay, so I see now, looking at this page, I have an error here where one of my headings is gray and not black, which is part of my heart. That not the biggest error I've ever seen in a manual. So first, we're talking about like we need to get the financial services form, green one, and based off of this, we're going to see what do the customers say. We're going to go up to them. We're going to initiate a money conversation, and then from there, based on what they said they're interested in, we're going to like share details, share handouts, and explain what's coming next. And then the customer leaves, and then you document the referrals. So that's like at the most basic level. So let's talk more about the green form. This is kind of where it all starts. We did kind of a massive redesign on this form this year. So if you're in clinics and people seem unsure what they're doing with it, that's normal. And change is a process over time. So we expect that in 2 years, people will be really solid with this process, but it might take some time for people to really understand what we want to happen with this form. So this is part of the customer intake paperwork, right? This is on the back, and in check-in, the CSV, you guys would have said, take a look at the green form. It's all of our free financial services. Let's see what you're interested in. We'll talk more with you about it later. So when they get to the preparer, maybe they have had time to look at this form or maybe not, but the preparer is responsible for talking to them about the top 2 questions. The preparer is supposed to ask every customer, are you interested in Save and Win? Do you know about the Save and Win contest? If you save at least $50 of your refund, you can get entered in a drawing to win $100. So that's kind of on the preparer to introduce the Save and Win contest and say yes or no, are you interested? And the second question is about, if you don't have a direct deposit, are you interested in having us set up a prepaid debit card for your direct deposit? It's called CFR. We're going to talk all about it in a little while. So the preparer is responsible for those 2 parts. Asking the customer, are you interested in the Save and Win contest, and do you need a direct deposit option right now? After that, the preparer is going to say, like, hey, check out the rest of this form. There's a chance to reflect on your financial situation. We were trying to do something a little more creative here. If someone like is tired of reading a form and they're like, I just want to circle some things. I just want it to be a little more free flowing. They could circle whatever, they could write in what their where they would like support. This is totally optional, all of it. And then the bottom is a little more straightforward, like which of these things are you interested in? So it's kind of like 2 chances to share about the same thing and kind of prompt people to think more broadly about their financial health than right now having their taxes done. So after, hopefully the preparer is prompting the customer to take a look at the form. As soon as the customer has taken a look, they're going to mark on the bottom. If they're not interested today, there's a chance for them to say, I want Prepare and Prosper to contact, what does it say? To make an appointment to discuss this later. So we talked about, right, some people, they're like, maybe I'm interested, but I don't have the headspace right now. And so they can check on the bottom, I want someone to reach out to me and talk about this after we're done here. And so we have Prepare and Prosper staff people who that's their role, is to follow up with customers and say, it sounds like you want more information. We're just going to pick up the conversation from there. And the customer might also check on the very bottom, I'm not interested. And that's good to have the clarity for them to mark, like, I don't want to talk about it now, or I'm just not interested. The preparer is supposed to then take this form to you. This form is supposed to come to the CSV station from the preparer, but we did say collect it, which is a little more passive, to be like, maybe at the beginning you will go and prompt, like if you're not getting the green forms, maybe you can walk around and be like, green forms, any financial services forms over here? Because this is a new thing we're trying. But the idea is you need to get this as early as possible so you have enough time to like circle back with the customer, like what did they want? How can I execute on what you're interested in? Does that make sense? Okay. So the form comes to you early on during someone's time in the clinic. And your next step is to initiate a money conversation. So before that, you're gonna look at the form, it's come to you, it has a customer's name and some stuff checked. And your job is to like prepare, like, okay, here's what they want. They say they circle budgeting, etc. And your job is to kind of connect the dots. You are the bridge between what they said they wanted and Prepare and Prosper services, which are on the back. So this is meant to be like customer facing on the front, like which of these topics are you interested in? And your job is to connect the dots between like, oh, you're interested in homeownership counseling? That's Lutheran Social Services Financial Counseling. So if you want, I can refer you and they'll reach out to you to set up an appointment to talk about homeownership counseling. So that's kind of how the movement is supposed to work, between like the customer saying what they're interested in. You will hopefully be trained enough to know, oh, budgeting, that could be money mentors. You could work with a financial coach. Does that sound like something of interest? So you are connecting the dots, you are the bridge. We're going to talk a lot more about all the services. Regarding initiating the money conversation, you are coming up to someone and you're just trying to get more information. You're trying to open it up, rather than just coming in to be like, so you want budgeting help, huh? You could start a lot more broad. Like, what made you check the things you did? Or you could even start with, what's going on in your financial life, and get some more context from them. So the goal is to connect one-on-one. You could come to them and say, hey, are you interested in chatting with me more about financial services? I see you checked some things on the sheet. Even if they checked, I'm not interested. If you have time, it's still great to be like, hey, I know you checked on the form, you weren't interested. Do you have any questions? Is there anything you'd like to know more about? Do you want to chat about your financial health? Because customers sit for a lot of their time in the clinic. They're just sitting there. And our goal is really for like anyone who wants to talk about money, about their financial situation, to have a chance to talk about. And it could go into like someone who says they're not interested could end up being a conversation where they are actually interested in talking to a coach. Or you could talk to them and they still might not be interested in a referral, but the goal is just like a meaningful conversation about money. It doesn't have to be geared towards, we're not trying to sell them anything. We're just trying to make sure they know what's available. So, trying to connect one-on-one, and then another goal of y'all's is, because you will see some people who will check every box. Because they're excited, they want help, and they're like, I want something. So it's also ideally, and this is maybe not like going to be super easy your first year as a CSV, but ideally the goal is to be able to help someone find the right fit regarding our financial services. Rather than saying, great, let's sign you up for everything, it's asking more questions like, what is it about budgeting you're interested in? To help narrow down so that we have like good quality referrals based on like matchmaking what the customer wants and what the thing is that they're getting. So I feel like I'm getting a little too into the process, but I'm just excited, just trying to give you guys some high level here. So when does this happen? When do you approach them? It can happen anytime in the clinic. Generally, it will happen after preparation while the customer is waiting in the waiting area and their return is being reviewed. But it could happen if you have the form and you're looking around the room and you see that someone is like just kind of sitting while the preparer is doing data entry, then that could be a chance to go up and say, is this an okay time for me to chat with you about the green form? Kind of you're more like asking the preparer's permission. And a lot of preparers, it can be kind of awkward when they're entering all the customer's documents. And they'll be like, please entertain this customer and sit with them and chat with them. But generally, it will be easiest when they're in the waiting area after preparation to go find them and ask if they want to talk about financial services. That make sense? When you're doing checkout, it's like a little too late at this point to be like, what was it that you wanted? Because some of the things take steps, like for a credit report. That's why we say the earlier the better, so that you have actual time to follow through on what they wanted. So you can ask them, are you interested in, I have a slide, I think it's one of the next slides, that's like, hi, I'm a volunteer here. We like to check in with every customer to learn like what are your financial priorities and to see if there's any other free services we can connect you with. And this like image is saying like I'm the CSV and I have the green sheet. Do you want to talk with me a few minutes while you wait? And if someone says yes, you can say, great. Are you comfortable chatting here? Do you want to go somewhere more private? Because maybe they want to spill their guts a little bit and be like, it's bad actually, and they want to have more of a one-on-one moment with you. And if they say no, it's like no problem. If you want, we can reach out to you after your appointment if you're ever looking for free resources. Let's see what I missed here. So you can go to where they are, ask them. We can go to We can find an empty table, we can go to the hallway, wherever. I think generally people don't want to go somewhere else. They're happy to just have you sit by them in the waiting area. But it's nice to ask permission. Like, do you want to chat here? Do you want to go to the hallway? Do you want to chat somewhere else, more quiet, more private? So when you're having a conversation, this is where we pull out the one about money conversations. It starts with do's and don'ts on the front. I think page 3 is green flags. Oh, I didn't print it in color, so the flags aren't actually green. But so this is where you're listening for the keywords that indicate this would be a good referral source for X financial service. Like, excuse me, if someone says like, I want to start saving for an emergency fund, but I don't feel confident to do it on my own. There's like examples of questions you can ask, like, what sort of support are you looking for with saving and budgeting? So I think this is a great resource. The intention here is to be non-judgmental. And we're trying to remember here that financial systems like are traumatizing. And so there are often emotions that come out when people talk about money, talk about their financial situation. And then just a couple of like don'ts to be aware of. It's not your job to counsel or give advice, which is great news. Like, you don't have to be an expert. You don't have to share about your own finances. I'm just really trying to keep it on the customer. You don't need to like make any assumptions about where somebody's at or place judgment or shame. And it's also not about if someone like is sharing that they have debt. Make sure that if you're asking questions, they're in support of that person, the customer finding out what they're interested in, and they're not to like satisfy your own curiosity, like how much debt or like. So just keep that in mind. We want to ask questions that are powerful questions that can help them think, and not yes or no questions, and not questions that are just because I'm curious about something. And we're not trying to pressure or convince anyone of anything. Just the whole goal is to make sure people know about free resources that are available to them, make sure they know it's available to them, and to try and have a meaningful conversation with them about their money. Like, they're just kind of captive here waiting. It's a great chance for them to reflect or chat about what's going on in their life. Curious if, just looking for like reactions from the group. Questions, reactions, thoughts about this idea of trying to have a money conversation with someone. How does this feel? Does this feel intimidating? Does this feel like exciting?
I would say I think it's a little intimidating, if I'm being honest. I think people are already in a vulnerable space, and I think if you have these conversations, they may assume like, oh, you're an expert, and then they start, sharing all of these things. So
Totally.
kind of controlling the situation and really being very clear early on. And I'm not an expert, actually. You don't want to say that, right away, but it's balancing that. So I would say it's a little intimidating. Yeah, control the situation and make sure that all things are clear about it too.
Yeah, that's a great point, Diana. What other thoughts in the room?
I volunteer preparing taxes for people before, and they seem to share too much or way more than you care to know about.
Yeah.
So I have to like pull back. I just think it's natural.
Yeah, that's a great point. I wonder if anyone has like suggestions or tips for like how to pull back, or how to interrupt, even how to keep it from going deeper than you have time for or are comfortable with.
Yeah, this is funny that you brought that up, because I was going to say I have experienced that exact situation several times this week and just kind of had to think on the fly. But what I have found is successful for me is this is going to sound odd, but it's legitimately helped so much. But I sort of treat this part of the interaction with the customer as almost like a video game. Like you have a clear objective you need to circle back to, and then it becomes kind of creative actually, like, okay, how can I take what they just said, make them feel, like seen, heard, validated, make them feel like confident to go into this tax appointment while also like, kind of curbing the oversharing and making sure we're staying on topic. So if you can find a way to like take what they said, affirm it, and then usually after that you can segue back into the topic at hand. I don't know. That's just like a bare bones thing.
I love what you're saying about how you found like a different frame of reference that helped you like see it as creative and find your goal. That's so cool.
I worked as a pharmacist for a long time.
Yeah.
So I've had experience with people who want to overshare and also keep it a professional. Like, wow, that sounds really challenging. Wow, that'd be really tough. Or,
Yes.
yeah. Well, let's focus on what we, just kind of bring it back. And, but yes, acknowledge, like, in ourselves, acknowledge what they're going through, so they feel heard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Other ideas, thoughts? I think one of the hardest parts can be interrupting. So I like, may I jump in? Can we pause a moment? And then like, can I bring you back? Like that sounds hard. You've been through a lot. Like, you're so resourceful. I want to make sure to connect you to resources if you're interested. So it's like the interruption of like, oh, can I jump in? And like we said, like trying to validate and then being like, so let's talk about savings again. Like, I wonder if you're interested in any of these things that we're offering, or can I just give you some more information at this point? So thanks so much, friends, for bringing up that element of it. Is there's a whole range of people. There's people who are like, maybe the job is to kind of like crack their shell. They'll be like, do you want to chat about anything? And they're on this side of the spectrum. And then there's people on the other side that are just like desperate to talk about something important, especially because they're in this kind of vulnerable place. And so thanks so much for acknowledging together that there's all kinds, and that it's, to do this really well takes all kinds of skills, and it's okay if you don't have them at first. That's to be expected. But I really want to go back to what Eleanor said about like, not even gamifying, but just like experimenting. Try and experiment. Be like, oh, someone said no. I'm going to try approaching someone who said they're not interested. To be like, do you want to talk about your financial health? Or you're just sitting here. Are you interested to hear more about our services? To just try and experiment. Or if someone's talking, I'm going to try and experiment of being like, Anna, just saying your name. Or I've even tried just to be like, can I just, can do nonverbal interruptions? So appreciate the depth, friends. Let's forge on here. Okay, so we talked about this slide of like a little script for how you can introduce yourself. And we talked about saying like, I'm Holly, I'm a volunteer here. We try to check in with every customer about to see what your financial priorities are. And if there's any other free services we can connect you with, would you be open to talking with me while you wait? Curious if you would all turn to a neighbor and try this. And try the introducing yourself and asking someone if they want to chat. And I can leave this like little script up here in the meantime. So Amanda, would you be somebody's partner so we have the right amount? So find a mate, turn to someone and just practice asking each other, hey, can I talk to you about financial services?
Here. Sure. You want to start?
Let's talk to people regarding some potential priorities. See if there's things interesting. We haven't talked to you about that bigger thing.
That's it.
Yeah.
Here.
They just already contact me. Oh, right.
Last questions. We, trouble, of like figuring out what order to do. Is like, is there a, I don't know if there's a particular one that's like the most popular type of financial service that people are interested in. I think opening with the chance to win $100 is not a bad idea. But we were just kind of sitting here going like, what do we start with to make this sound engaging? And appealing. Not that sorry, that was not
No, I guess what was intended when this slide was created was for you to just practice literally saying these things.
Okay.
But I love that you're like, what comes after that? That's beautiful foresight. And it's a good question, right? Like, so where do we go from here? I think, as someone who didn't design the slide, I think this is meant for people who didn't mark anything and they said, I think this is kind of meant to be like, I'm just approaching you and maybe I don't have anything to go on. Which is, makes sense that someone might be like, no thanks, or they might say yes. And so I'm curious how this might sound different if someone filled stuff out. What do you think, Amanda?
You definitely have, the conversation starter.
Yeah.
You just frame it as, I'm here to follow up.
Yeah.
But then you also want to make sure that you do go broader, that you're not just, you check this and this, okay,
Yeah.
let's do that. And that you kind of ask some of those open-ended questions to see if there's more.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point. It's still initiating a conversation, even if like there looks like there's a roadmap here. They may have just been checking random stuff and we may start somewhere else that's like, so one of the things you marked was savings. Like, tell me more about that. What is it about what are your goals for your savings? Something like that. I really am. I do think this is a really great resource. I know we don't refer to it a ton in this training, but you can just practice saying these things to yourself. Could be great preparation. If someone's talking about feeling stuck or stressed, even just practicing saying out loud in your car, so what are you feeling ready to take action on? Trying to help them narrow in if they did check a lot of stuff. I think these are really great examples of what this can sound like. Okay, let's see what's after the initiating part. I'm going back to this question mark. Okay. So after we've initiated the conversation, and maybe we've even narrowed in on what they actually want will be a good fit for them, we're going to share details and explain next steps. So details could look like, oh, and by the way, on the top of the back of the green sheet, there's a checklist for financial services. So we don't have initiate the conversation as the first step, but it could be, right? The first step could be approach the person. And now, once we've figured out what's a good fit for them, we're going to share details about the referrals and services. So you have a couple tools for that. The main one is the Financial Services Next Steps booklet. I believe that this is one of the new forms I brought you all. See if you can find it. This one has P&P logo on the back. If you don't have one, I can get you one. Just trying to pass things out to people. Do you need one to sign? Paper for this training. Okay. So the goal of this sheet is that this goes home with the customer. And this helps them see once they get home, what the heck did I sign up for? And so you are going to mark either the top box, you signed up for something, and then mark whichever one they did, or on the bottom, you could talk to someone and they could be like, I don't know. And if they decide not to do any referrals, that's totally fine. They can still take this to have all the information about everything. So each program also has like its own individual handout. So I've heard from CSVs that there's a lot of vibes that you're trying to feel out with people. And that if someone has kind of a closed vibe, you're like, oh, I can tell they don't want to talk. And so one of the vibes you might read, or maybe you'll just ask them, do you want a handout for each of these things you're interested in? If they say yes to things, like definitely give them those handouts. But if someone's just like interested but they don't want any referrals, you can either give them a separate piece of paper for everything, maybe they want it, or you could just give them this. And it, like I said, it mentions everything. It also has like, here's your next step if you want to take action on this after your appointment. Most of them are like, you can email someone, you can go to different websites. Sometimes it's Prepare and Prosper's website. And then there's the phone number at the end. That's like, if they're interested, they could just call this phone number too. So this is like for people who are interested, but not today. This could be a good step if they mark that like second to the bottom box to say, we're going to contact you after the fact. If you want to take this home and look at it later, it has every financial service on it. So this is going to be a good resource for you to be like, what are the things that are available? Your CSV manual has every financial service in the back of it, starting on page 45. So I've heard of some CSVs that just take the manual back to someone and they say, okay, so you're interested in debt management. Do you know about Exodus lending? And they just show their manual, because it also has, we're going to have slides that are like, who's a good fit and not a good fit. And so you can show the person straight up looking at your own manual. So, initial details. One other thing that's nice about the Next Steps booklet is that it has kind of what to expect underneath each checkbox for every service. I think just a second. The best example is for the CFR prepaid debit card. You're going to check that box if they sign up for a CFR card. And there's a reminder for you what to tell them as they're leaving. You could say, your CFR card is going to arrive in the mail in 7 to 10 business days in a plain white envelope. Sometimes people throw them away because it looks like junk mail. Watch for it, don't throw it away. So this is like, a lot of them are like, someone's going to call or email you to follow up. But in some cases, there's really important information for you to know and for them to know as far as what are the next steps. Does that make sense? Okay. So this is kind of an example of what all of the handouts look like. For Exodus, we're going to talk about later. It's a slow guide. But every program has a handout. Some people, like I said, some people are like, please give me the information. And some people are going to be like, I want to take that stuff home. A new thing we've added to the financial services form. This is another chance for like a conversation opener. We want to make sure that what we're offering is relevant to people. And so there's a question that's like, list additional services the customer wishes were offered. So you could ask, like, we want to make sure we're offering things that people are interested in. Is there a financial service that you wish we offered? Is there a service about money that you are interested in that we don't have available? So be super interested. And I think a lot of people are going to draw blanks about this, but every once in a while, someone might have a really interesting thing to say that we can look into and work on to have as a resource in the future. So think about that. Try that as an opener. Try asking some people, like, is there anything else here that you wish we offered? Because we really want to work towards offering what people need and want as far as managing their money. Does that make sense? Okay. One more thing about the financial services form. At the bottom is the customer consent to share information. It's really key if they sign up for anything, even if they say, I want someone to contact me to make an appointment, that when you circle back with them with the green sheet, that you have them sign and tell them, this is you giving us giving us permission to share your contact information with Lutheran Social Services so that they can reach out to you. We cannot email or call any customer that does not sign this consent to share because we care really deeply about customer privacy, and that's why this is required in order for us to actually do any of the referrals. So super important. Step number 4, consents for them to sign the green sheet. Thoughts, reactions, questions? Okay. We talked about the next steps booklet and how you're supposed to use it. This is for like, okay, we chatted, we decided that you're interested in financial coaching, so I'm going to mark that. So you need to mark things twice, right? You're marking it on the back of the green sheet. This is for all records to say we're going to enter what this person wants so that they actually get it. And then you also mark it on the next steps booklet because this goes home with the customer. If we had like a carbon copy situation, that might be ideal, but just something to know is whatever they want that you've like translated from the front, maybe we've narrowed it down, or maybe we're saying everything they checked on the front is what we're checking on the back. We're also going to check that on the next steps booklet so that they have a record of what they signed up for. And when we send, like sometimes we do calls to follow up with people and they don't remember anything in the tax appointment. And so I'm not sure that this will always help, but it's kind of a whirlwind, right? They're there, they're talking about taxes, they're talking about financial services. So hopefully this helps people feel more grounded and understand what they said yes to. That's kind of the intention of this guy. We do not assume that every customer will take one of these or want one of these. I think it will just be based on if they're interested in more information or if they say yes to anything. But don't be stingy with them. But we didn't print enough for everyone to have one.
That's fine.
Also, I don't know, Amanda, what, in your experience, what percentage of customers would you say mark stuff on the green sheet?
If not prompted, I would say 30 to 40%.
Mm-hmm.
And of that, a lot of them just check the I don't want anything box. It tends to be something that falls through the cracks if someone does not check anything, and that's someone who can prepare for a CSV or an answer.
Yeah. Yeah. So something to keep in mind, last year we had like almost 11,000 customers. We're not suggesting that you will talk to 1,000 people about money this season. But if people are interested, we want them to have the chance to talk to you. So, something to keep in mind. Okay, we have a lot of different financial services. We get feedback from CSVs that it's a lot to remember. And so one way to think about them is that we have buckets of things that happen right now in the clinic. Things that can happen now and things that happen later. So 3 of the things that can happen right now during the clinic are kind of the ones at the top of the green sheet, because we need to do those as early as possible in the clinic. Like, if you're interested in entering Save and Win, that's something they do right now. The steps are, with the preparer, they need to put at least $50 into a savings account, and then they need to connect with the CSV to sign the sheet and make sure that they've said yes, that they want to enter the Save and Win contest. They can open a CFR prepaid debit card in the clinic. We have a bunch of slides on that. It takes like 5 minutes, but you are the main person orchestrating that. And they can also request a credit report, and that can look at a couple different ways. But those are the things that can happen right now, and then the rest of the things are items that we are going to refer them to for after the clinic. Does that make sense? So what are the 3 that can happen right now? 3 services that can happen right now. Marie?
Savings, Save and Win.
Yeah.
Debit card.
Yeah. Wow, amazing. You got it. Okay, so let's imagine that the conversation's done, they're gone, and now we are going to document the referrals. So this is kind of like your last piece of the shift, and generally I think people do this throughout the clinic, but there's one part that happens more at the end. So we have these last 2 checklist items. The financial services log is the blue one. And then you're going to go online and enter into the online tracking form. These should be switched so they're in the same order as the sheet. So, excuse me. The way that, what do I actually have on the slide here? So, the way it works for the blue sheet is if you talk to someone and they're interested in something, you have their green sheet, right? You are going to take from the green sheet and kind of add here. So you're going to put their name by the number, and then you're just going to check which one they wanted. Sometimes people ask why is there 2 different boxes for savers and then Save and Win? Sometimes people want to save, but they're like, don't enter me in the Save and Win test. I don't know why. It seems like a no-brainer to me, but it is possible that someone could save money and technically be a saver, which means they get a little, I don't know, last year it was a little square that they could write what they're saving for and then go up on the saver board. So that is why that's distinct from the Save and Win contest. So that is for people who say yes to a referral, you add them there and you check what they're interested in. If you have, this is new this year, if you have a money conversation with someone and it doesn't end in a referral, we want you to tally those on the bottom. So this language, I feel like, might trip people up, some CSVs. Keep a running tally of the money conversations you have that don't lead to a financial services referral. You don't have to write that person's name anywhere on the sheet, you're just tallying them. And we'd love to hear from you at the end of the season if you have a better idea for how to do this next year. But we care about that effort you put in with that person. We care about tracking that conversation and measuring, like, how often are our CSVs having a money conversation with someone that even if it doesn't end up leading to anything, we still care about that time and care that you put in. So that person is meant to be a tally at the bottom. So here's kind of what it might look like. We have a couple of people who didn't want anything, but we got to talk to them. And we have 2 customers who said yes to all these things. So there's 4 people at the bottom and 2. So now, very excited, you get to do some math. And, oh no, the math is wrong. It should be a 6. Because total number of money conversations is supposed to be 2 plus 4. So that's the total. You're adding together all the people who wanted something and then the people who didn't to get 6. That's funny that that's wrong on this one. we're sure that this is going to look all different ways in tax clinics this year because this is new for all CSVs tracking it like this. I think the takeaway is we want those money conversations to be added in to all the conversations that you're having. So thanks for your grace. It might be confusing and this probably didn't help. Who can explain to me what you're supposed to do with the blue sheet? If they get a referral, where do they go? Oh, yep. And if you have a money conversation and there's no referral, where do they go? Yeah, they get tallied. And this is supposed to be adding the two numbers together. Okay, good job, friends. Let's take a little break. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 12:12. Okay, folks, let's see about refunds. So, big change. In the past, people could choose to get their refund in a paper check or a direct deposit. And we always encourage direct deposit because it's safer, faster, more secure. But the federal government has phased out sending paper checks to people. Not just the IRS for tax refunds, but Social Security and any other part of the federal government that sends money to people, they've stopped doing checks. So what this means for tax clinics is that technically there is still an option in TaxSlayer, the software that preparers use, to select a paper check for customers. And preparers are supposed to highly encourage that they not choose a paper check. Our understanding is that after 6 weeks, the IRS is going to send a letter to people who've chosen check in the system and kind of ask them, did you mean to give us your direct deposit information? And so then they have 30 days to respond, the customer. If they don't respond, eventually they'll get a check. But it's just going to be a very delayed refund and not a fun process. It's never fun to get a letter from the IRS. So just so you all know, when you're doing checkout with someone, or if you're talking to someone and they say, like, I don't have a bank account, I just pay checks. It's not your job to be an expert on this, but we really don't encourage people to choose paper checks this year. So what we're kind of offering, what we're highlighting this year is the CFR prepaid debit card. So I think I passed out this handout on the prepaid debit card somewhere. Is that true?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Some of you have it. Like that. Oh, I know it. I've given you so much paper at different times. So this is just for you to see that this is what it looks like when you're talking to someone about a CFR account. The cards themselves say focus card. So sometimes customers call it a focus card. If you all at the end of the season have strong feelings about what we as an organization should refer to this thing as, I'd love to hear it. I thought CFR prepaid debit card focus card was too long. But they are such a great option for people. They're really easy to set up. Okay, encourage customers to use direct deposit. Make sure there's documentation of routing and account numbers. I feel like this is an outdated slide and you really don't do a ton with direct deposit outside of CFR. Okay. CFR stands for Community Financial Resources. This is offered kind of through US Bank. US Bank is like the fiscal sponsor, but it is not a US Bank account. And really, the card has very little to do with US Bank. So sometimes, if people have had a US Bank account in the past get closed or deactivated, they can still be eligible for a CFR, a prepaid debit card. So how it works in the moment is that the CSV will do an enrollment. So you'll leave the customer's address and information, and you will set up a CFR account. You're going to get an email soon after today, and you have 5 days after you get the email from CFR to activate your account. And then you'll be able to enroll people. You're going to put in their name and address and contact information, and it's going to spit out like a, great, congrats, here's their routing and account number. And you're going to take that over to the preparer, and the preparer puts it in to the tax return. So that's kind of like the overview of what the whole process is. We are having a special training on CFR on February 9th that preparers are invited to. And we're saying that any preparer who comes to get trained on CFR can be like CFR certified, and they can also do enrollments, because we think that we're going to need more help getting people enrolled in CFR accounts this year. Does that make sense? Generally, it's a CSV, but in some ways, it makes more sense for it to be prepared because they already have a laptop with all of the customers' documents in front of them. And so what you all will have to do is like go to this financial services, or go to your area, get a laptop, bring it back over to the customer, enter everything, and then verify that you entered everything right. So just know that you will set up CFR accounts, and some preparers might too. Not a lot of them, but so there is an option in their account where after they're done with their appointment, they can go in and add a savings option. But that does not make them eligible for Save and Win, because when they get the card, it's basically like, my reference point was like a Visa gift card. You know, it's just like you get the card and it has the amount of money on it that it has. So it sort of functions like a checking account, but there's no overdrafting. You all used something similar, we're familiar with the concept. Okay. There is information on the back of the handout on how to make your focus card portable. That's super weird language, but that's how they can go in and make it so they can put other money onto this card. They could have a direct deposit from other sources. They can use it for other things. They just have to follow these steps to make it portable. So there's a little bit of work they have to do to be able to use it for other things, but they can reload the card or put other money on it after they do that step. And the customer service for the card is available by phone anytime. And I don't remember what our manual says, but they can always call this number for P&P with questions about their CFR card. So we can provide support for their CFR card, or they can call the number on the card. They can call CFR, but they should not call US Bank, because US Bank can.
Holly, is anybody not eligible, or like what someone's in a house?
Good question, yeah. You have to be at least 14 and have a valid state ID or driver's license. And you can use a social security or an ITIN number. And it might not be a good, I wonder what that manual says about who might not be a good fit, actually.
People who deal directly with cash as income.
Sure.
People who already have deposit accounts that they're comfortable with and have easy access to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I also think they could use the CFR card, and then they could just take the money out as cash, and they don't ever have to use it again. So if someone wants cash, and they don't want to set up a bank account, this is a super easy way to do that. So they don't have to keep using the card. They could just take it to an ATM and take the money out.
Or if they have a bank account, but they don't have the information about that account, they come in. They can use this as just a stopgap.
That's a great point, Amanda. And they have to come up with a physical address. I know we get customers who are unhoused sometimes, and I think the hint in the manual, the suggestion says that they can use an address of a trusted person or organization. So setting it up is really easy. Takes like 5 minutes. There's only one kind of fee for a CFR card. It is a 90-day non-activity fee. I wonder if there's something in the manual about that, but that's the only fee we know. Oh, hi, Jessica. Thanks for delivering Amanda's lunch to her. Okay. Thanks, Jessica. You're the sweetest. Everybody wave goodbye to Jessica, the manager. She can go get water. She's a girl. Thank you, though, for delivering that. But there's no other penalty. There's no overdraft penalty. There's no minimum balance requirement. They can use them at ATMs. There's a mobile app. And like we said, if they make it portable, they can use it for other deposits beyond tax refunds.
But you said they don't use it for 90 days, there's a fee.
Yes.
It does say that. It also says to load cash, there's a fee of $2 to $5. Does that include your IRS?
No, because that's a direct.
Okay.
It's only if they, yeah, so that's why it's not a good fit. Like if say somebody works in a tipped industry and they do everything with cash, this might not be the best idea for long-term use because they will incur fees loading it in cash.
Where does it talk about that? Oh, here it is at the bottom. It says inactivity after 90 days of no use, there's $2 per month. But otherwise, it's a pretty sweet deal. Josiah, do you have any thoughts on this? You had a thoughtful look. Okay. So, like we said, you are going to have your own login. Who remembers how many days you have to go into your email and say yes? 5 days. And if you don't do it in 5 days, when I was doing this, I just got my CFR account in December, and I didn't do it in the first 5 days. And there was a link in the email to be like, I could like resend it to myself or something. So don't panic if you miss it in 5 days because time flies. But if you don't see an option in the email, which I do actually have a handout, somewhere I have a handout about how to activate your CFR account. I think it's pretty straightforward from the email. It does require 2-factor authentication, so it's going to ask you for your cell phone number, and it's going to text you every time you log into it to make sure it's actually you. Because it's sensitive, right? We're setting up this like ostensibly a bank account for people. Oh, that's up here. The most important thing for you to remember is to verify the address with the customer. If the address is wrong, if there's a typo in the address, it will delay their refund. It will delay their CFR account. They won't get it. Really important to make sure to verify their address information. Make sure to enter the apartment number if they live in an apartment. Sometimes people miss the apartment number and it delays their refund. So super important step is when you're entering their information to make sure to have them look at it, say, yes, that looks right. Be super careful with the address. Make sure you add the apartment. Make sense? Okay.
I have a question. Are you saying that we are all going to get an email? Okay, do you know where it's coming?
Yes, it's on a little handout that I have. It's coming from Community Financial Resources. And sorry, I wish you do me a favor. These are to her. If I don't have enough, I will print another one.
So we make our own account so that we can go in and enroll people.
Yep, exactly. Thanks, Josiah. I will print you. Yes, and make sure to try and do it before your first tax clinic, because someone might come up to you and say, hey, can you set up a CFR account? And if you haven't done your own enrollment, your own setting up your account, then you can't help them. But hopefully a manager, hopefully if you don't have it ready, a manager does, or someone else, there's another CSV clinic who can set up. In the past, we've had CSVs that don't even know about CFR accounts at the end of the season, and they're like, I don't do that, I don't know what it is. Don't be one of those people, please. Go and set it up.
CSPs will not take kindly to that. They have to be the one who does every.
You can do it, and we will help you if you're struggling. We want to be supportive to you with that, but I don't think it's hard. I'm not going to demonstrate enrollment, but there are a couple of pages in the manual that show exactly what the page looks like. Page 49, and what you need to do. And after we're going to record the training we do on February 9th. So if you're not available, we'll have a recording of how to do an enrollment, and we're going to share it with all of you. So you will have a chance to see what it looks like very soon. At the end, it's going to give you this congratulations, here's your routing and account number. And you could click here to print this confirmation, and then you'll bring that over to the preparer so that they can add that to the tax return and the money can get direct deposited. Sometimes we have people who say, I think I got one last year. I think I already have one of those. I have a CFR card. And so what you'll be able to do is if you just start typing someone's name, it will show you that they already have an account. Sometimes people already have multiple accounts. And so what you need to know is that sometimes if someone doesn't have the card anymore, sometimes it's totally appropriate to just make a new account, especially if they're like, I don't know where it is. So that's fine. That's how people end up with multiple cards, multiple accounts. But if someone has the card and want to use it again, we can look up their direct deposit information for them in the same portal. So you don't have to get them a new card if they already have it and they want to use it again. Does that make sense? Thoughts, questions? If they want, they can get a replacement card by calling the number on it. And you can look up their account number in the enrollment portal. Oh, also, if they used a CFR account last year, we can find the direct deposit information on their tax return. So maybe they have their prior year return, or maybe they know what site they went to and a manager can look it up. So that's another way to get their direct deposit information if they don't have it. If they did their taxes with us last year, we could use that same account. So that applies to CFR cards or any bank account. Okay, a little bit more about savings. So in the past, Alvia was a tax preparer, and now she's moving into the manager role. Alvia, what are some of the biggest refunds you've seen customers get? Our customers generally, if they're getting a refund, they can get really large amounts of money. So that's a thing to know. Money can be a hard thing to handle. It can be hard to receive $7,000 or $10,000 and make that last for the rest of the year. Just something to know that, when we talk about savings, and I don't even mean to sound patronizing, personally, when I get a lump sum refund with the years that I've gotten that, I think I'm going to do more stuff with it than actually I do. You guys know what I mean, right? It's just hard to take that amount of money and make it work for you over time. Lump sums, when people win the lottery, right? It's often a curse because it goes, and that's a different situation where their lives get ruined by it. But it's nice for us to have ask people if they want to save. When people talk about saving, it's good to bring their attention to if you get a big refund, what are you going to do with it? How are you going to make sure that you use it for what you need it for? That's why we offer the Save and Win contest. We used to have savings bonds so that people could, there were other options for saving, like as far as resources we were offering. So something to think about. Another thing that I wanted to mention to you all is a little more relevant to checkout, is that Minnesota has one of the most generous child tax credits in the country. And so people get a large amount of money for child tax credit from Minnesota. Minnesota started a new thing last year where folks can opt to get half of their next year's tax credit early in 3 separate payments. It's called advanced child tax credit. They can get it advanced to that. And so you may see when you're doing checkout with someone that they have opted into advanced child tax credit payments. And there's like an extra form on the front just for you to show them that they did that and you're the amounts they're going to get. And it's just one more way to help people like make that money kind of stretch out across the year, because the prepayments come in August, October, and December. So it's like school shopping, Christmas, like this is money, your money's going to come be a little more spread out. So keep that in mind when we're talking about emergency savings, or when you're talking about savings with people. It can be hard to manage a big chunk. Think about savings. Think about what you're going to do to make it last. So with anyone who saves, at the end of the appointment, you're going to have in your checkout folder this little square. I'm not sure if they're more brightly colored. Last year they were just white with this colorful border. And so you get to ask them, write down what you're going to be saving for. And it's meant to be kind of like an inspirational moment of like, share with us. We're going to put it on the board and then we'll all get to see like, what are people saving for? And people write, a lot of them write like, you know, the stuff you expect, but then sometimes people like, I'm saving to buy a nicer home for my cat. Or like, I'm saving for beer we've had before, which is like, okay, that's what you're saving for. Jet ski, right? I wish more people would like just do improv and say funny things on those. But this is like a visible way to celebrate saving and savers. That's kind of the intention of the saver board with the saver quotes on them. And we've talked about Save and Win. It has its own handout. It's super straightforward. Save at least $50 into a savings account with the preparer, and then they get entered in a drawing to win 100. Probably have, there it is. We draw names twice a week for all of tax season. So the earlier they do it, the more chance they have to win. I believe we call people when they win. So if you have someone that you're checking out, you can tell them like, if you win, you'll get a phone call. Otherwise, they don't hear from us. If they sign up for Save and Win and they don't win, nothing happens. I wonder if we have questions, thoughts on saving, reactions.
You maybe mentioned about what bank or financial institution those $50 goes.
It's whatever their savings account is that they provide to the preparer.
They have to have one.
They have to already have one. I was shadowing a preparer once, and the customer was insisting that, no, their savings account is just the same account number and routing number. And I was like, it's at least a different account number, right? But I don't know my account number for my savings account. Like I have do you guys? I suppose,
Some credit unions the same number, but like some extra digits on the end.
sure. Yeah.
So
Amanda, what experience have you had with people who have direct deposit, but they don't have the number? We can't get it from last year's tax return, but I've heard people say like, you can look it up on your phone.
Last 4 digits.
Really? There is a way.
yes, they can. Some banks might make statements available that have the account number on them. although I think that's rare. And then some people use like banking apps.
Yeah.
That are, like the whole bank is online.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think with those, they can access them that way.
Yeah.
And I don't know a lot of details, but I know that people have successfully with company phones, but I think it is. Like one of my last for
Okay. I wonder that when we get to that part with someone where it's like, do you have the app? We can look it up. It's good to know it's in there somewhere. Okay. Kind of like starting to wrap up here. There's like a really pervasive myth in society that low-income individuals kind of like they are there because of something they did or didn't do. And maybe they're lacking in some way, maybe they're lazy, maybe they made bad decisions with money and that's why they have low income. Maybe they're less educated. This isn't shocking, right? This is kind of like a societal myth about people, low-income people. And at Prepare and Prosper, we believe that people don't always choose, people don't choose to have low income. Like, it's not because of decisions they made. It's because we live in systems that perpetuate cycles of oppression and poverty and inadequate support. So folks tend to be trapped in cycles, or I don't know. I'm curious if anyone has more. Who can expand on this for me?
Well, I mean, another factor is the generational nature of poverty and how that manifests. Like, if you're born into a family that's struggling to make ends meet, there's like less chance you're going to go to college and get like a high-paying job. You might have to take on some debt. You're not going to have the generational wealth that some people are working with. Like, if you're late on a rent payment, not everybody can just call their folks. You know, it's important to recognize that, like, this is bigger than any one individual, and in many cases, like, the situational the position a random customer is in might be the position their parents, grandparents, several generations back. It might have just been a long-standing issue.
Other thoughts, experiences, reactions? The very last slide is like, I know you can't see this, but it's this huge infographic of like, over time, it starts in nation's founding, 1776, across time. Like, there are things that have like boosted certain populations, and then mostly white people, and then things that have blocked, like, and it's specifically about financial growth, prosperity, and blocked everyone else. And one of the things that we mention is like, who has heard of the Freedmen's Bank? Who's familiar with this? What do you remember about it, Josiah?
It seems like a bank that was designed to like help mainly blacks, right?
Yeah.
That's all I can remember.
Yeah. The Freedmen's Bank was for people who were leaving slavery.
Yeah.
And folks had like amassed a lot of wealth. Like, they were able to find all kinds of ways to make money, and there was like millions of dollars in the Freedmen's Bank. And the wealthy investors, the wealthy white investors, like, mishandled the money, and the bank went under, and all of that, the millions were lost. This is like at the beginning of the 20th century. And so when we talk about people who don't trust banks, like, that stuff is baked in from generations prior. A lot of the distrust and the like suspicion, a lot of it makes sense. It's founded in real stuff that people have gone through or heard from their parents. So important for us to remember as we're talking about money with people that They're coming from all kinds of experiences, and even if it's not rational or doesn't like logically make sense to us, there's all kinds of reasons why they would make the decisions that they do. Kind of a weird place to end this part of training. But I wonder, like, what can it look like for us to try and embody this belief? I don't even love this, to be honest, because, like, yes, it's talking about the systems, the cycles of oppression and poverty. I don't know. I feel like it might be an interesting question of, like, how do we balance this truth, and also the truth that, like, there is hope for people and people have options, and, like, there is room for folks to make different, like, how do you escape these cycles of oppression and poverty? What were you going to say, Amanda? If you weren't going to say anything about that, that's okay. I still want to hear whatever your thought was.
I was just going to say, you know, we talk about people making poor decisions with their money, and what we don't account for in that is that very often there are no good decisions that are available to this person. People have to operate within the universe of decisions that are within their power to make. And, you know, we promote savings. Savings is a good thing. We want everybody to have savings. But if the only way for you to build savings is by not paying your electric bill or not making your car payment so it gets repossessed and then your credit score is ruined, that's not a good decision in that moment. And so I have to just really think about where people are in their financial lives and meet them there and figure out, you know, what is available and making those good decisions available to you, those good options available to you.
Yeah, thanks, Amanda. Folks, would you maybe take 2 minutes? Would you turn to a neighbor and share, like, what are you taking away from this, or what do you want to do with this? Some kind of thought to wrap this part up. Okay, we're basically going to talk about all the different financial services. So I think we said they start on page 45. We've already touched on CFR cards, so that's why this looks like a lot of stuff. So I'm going to dig right in with Exodus lending. Who can find the page the Exodus information starts on? 57. Thanks, Josiah. 57. Okay. So this is going to be one that very few people will be a good fit for or be eligible for. It is an organization that helps people refinance. We call it predatory loans. So a predatory loan is a loan that has at least, we're saying, 36% interest. 36% is how they define a predatory loan. So Exodus pays the loan off, and then they up to $2,500, and then they give that person a 0% interest rate. And so the person pays back Exodus over 12 to 24 months. So other things that the loan may be called might be called a payday loan, a pawn, title, or online installment loan. Does anyone else know more about this kind of loan and could share about this? Okay.
Banks kind of deal with these. These are up to, in my personal opinion, take advantage of people who are desperate circumstances.
Yes.
There's nothing fair about any of it. And they set people up to fail, and they provide something against them and help them out of that situation. It becomes a cycle that you can see. It's very much something.
Thank you for adding that very rich context. Amanda, what can you say about, like, do customers know, do they know they have a predatory loan? Or, like, have you ever seen this referral be made well that you can remember?
I've never seen this referral made with absolute certainty, but my understanding is Exodus says if there's a possibility they qualify, just refer them and we'll sort it out.
Yeah, that's a great point. Okay, so what you can do is just, if they're certain or not that Exodus can help them, I like that point Amanda made. What you'll do is just mark the box. It looks like predatory loan debt refinancing at the kind of near the bottom on the back of the green sheet. And that's really all you have to do, and then mark them on the blue sheet that was their referral. It looks like, I don't even remember this part. It looks like if you have time, you can help them with the short online referral form. So I think this probably happens pretty rarely, but there is, I'm guessing, here, let me show you. So when you get to the site, whoa, we're so zoomed in. One of the links that's going to be available I wish I could see all my links. Oh, here we go. So this page, Computer Links, pops up on the computer laptops when you sign in to any of them. And if you scroll down, we have IRS tools. Here's the financial services tools. So I'm guessing that this page is where people can do the online form. Let's see what the page says. Yep, so you go to see if you qualify, and then it like asks some questions about the customer. So this is like, if you have a lot of time and someone's not sure if they qualify, say, let's check together. And you could go to a laptop, go to, like we said, it's the volunteer links. When you open up a volunteer laptop, there's like 4 links that just kind of come up, and one of them is this volunteer links, computer links. And so the financial services resources are down here. This is like above and beyond. All you have to do is mark it on the green sheet, but if you really want to try looking it up with someone, just know that is, you can look it up, and then it seems like you can also fill out the, what did we say it was called? The online referral form on their website, on the Exodus website. That makes sense? Most of the referrals have these kind of 2 paths. Like, at the very least, mark it here. But if you have time, if you're interested, if someone's like, seems like they might not do the next step of following through of doing, because this step is probably what they will get in the email from Exodus to say, if you're interested, see if you qualify and then fill out the form. So if you have time and this person seems really motivated, try doing this step. It will save them time later and get them closer to the referral. So that's going to be like a path that's available for most of these.
What was that conversation like? Yeah. Get to that point, because there's no question. Check if you have a predatory loan. How do you get there?
It would probably be if they're talking about debt. If they're talking to you about debt, or if they're talking to you about, I have a payday loan, it's really high interest, or I'm there. Like, what are other ideas of what it might sound like if this could be a good fit for someone? Oh, let me check this green flags sheet. I'm not sure if there's an Exodus part. Exodus isn't really specifically, but we might actually also have some slides, Susan, that get to that point exactly of what kinds of things they would say that can help you realize this would be a good referral for them. Thanks for that question. Okay. Here it is on the next slide. They might say, I'm in a cycle of payday loans. I have debt. I can't keep up if they talk about really high interest rates. I have a pawn loan or a title loan. Okay, so that's all on Exodus. These are kind of going to fly through them, but hopefully you get enough to hang on to for each of them. So CollegeBound St. Paul is another one that very few people are going to be eligible for, but it's super cool, so let me tell you about it. So CollegeBound is a program through the city of St. Paul. So this is only St. Paul residents are eligible. Some of you, if you're at a St. Paul site, like you might see this, but if you're going to be at a Minneapolis site or Cappy or just, it's unlikely that you'll ever see people who are eligible for CollegeBound because people have to be a St. Paul resident. So the goal of CollegeBound is to build higher education savings for families in the city of St. Paul. Children born after January 1st, 2020 to St. Paul residents, even if they are born somewhere else and they're a St. Paul resident by age 6, that child is eligible for this college savings account that the city of St. Paul will, what's the word I'm looking for? Seed money into for them. So it starts with, I don't remember what amount the account starts with. I think it starts with $50. In the past, we used to talk about getting people enrolled in CollegeBound. I think enrollment is kind of automatic now. And so what we want people to be aware of is that families can contribute additional money, and there's bonuses for things like getting your taxes done at a VITA site. So if you can figure out someone who is in CollegeBound, they're already part of the program, what you want to do is send them home with a little postcard like this. And I've never actually seen one of these. I just knew it was a thing. Okay, so you could just give them this, and then there's information for them about how to fill it out. Basically, the family can get $50 for coming to get their taxes done. So just give them one of these. It probably won't be the first time that they've ever seen this. They need to fill it in with info about the child and then mail it, and then they just put it in the mail. And that's how they can get another $50 bonus into this account. It might be difficult to figure out who is a part of CollegeBound. We have tried to ask the preparers to also be paying attention, are they a St. Paul resident with a kid under 6? So just something to keep in mind. Hopefully the person self-identifies, I'm part of CollegeBound. I think I get a bonus for doing this, but if not, I'll be interested to hear from you at the end of the season when I send you a survey. You're we had someone from CollegeBound and we figured it out, or they never came up, or. So thanks for your grace. I don't totally know how this would come up. Maybe this is what the postcard looks like. Maybe there's a slide on it. Here we go. So it's basically just hearing that someone is a St. Paul resident and has a child. In the future, I think it should probably go on an intake paperwork to ask if they are part of CollegeBound. Okay, I think that's all I have to say about this. Questions? It might be kind of rare. Okay, credit reports. Amanda, can you help me with this one? So, credit report basics. This is one of the things we can do in the clinic, right? When we pull a credit report for a customer, this is going to share any history of their credit and any credit activity. So loan balances, credit card balances, payments. But the reports don't show a credit score. And there's 3 major bureaus that make free reports available on annualcreditreport.com. They're free. What thoughts do you have?
I would just say, yeah, you will not get a credit score in the tax clinic, but they will be able to see all the things that go into making up their score. I would caution them, even annualcreditreport.com has a link that says get your credit score. You do not want anyone to click that because it does cause a hit to their credit. So most people just want the score, and that can be frustrating, but it's, just assure them that it's really more important to know if there's something that is dragging down your score than to know what your score is. So they can get one copy of each of their reports for every week. It used to be once a year, and then during the pandemic, with everything, they increased it to once a week. But I would say, and maybe I'm getting ahead because I haven't seen the slides, but if you are printing a copy of credit reports, we do ask them to choose one of these credit reporting agencies and just print one for them, because they can be very long. Sometimes they're like over 100 pages long, and it's just a lot of paper, toner, and printer time being used printing it. But if you have time, they can certainly look at all of these reports online at the tax clinic. We just only want to give them one to take home, and they usually do have substantially the same information on them.
Cool. Appreciate you. So this might be a good fit for someone if they're talking about having a low credit score and not really understanding why, or if they're saying, if they haven't looked at their credit report in a long time or ever, they want to buy a house. This could be a good next step for someone who's interested in home ownership. I know I have some debts, but I don't remember what kind of debt I have or who I owe, or I've been contacted by debt collectors. I've heard that when we pull credit reports for people, they can find out that there has been some credit card fraud and someone has taken out credit in their name. What else can you tell us, Marie, about a credit report?
Yeah, well, it lists everything that you've had in your credit history and show you like whether your payments are timely or not, what's outstanding, what the original loan amount was for, and what you owe now, whether it was paid as agreed. It gives you all kinds of information about each individual credit account.
Yeah.
Will tell if there was a bankruptcy filed. It will tell, like if there are any accounts that if an account was closed, whether it was closed by the bank or credit card, or whether the consumer closed it themselves.
Yeah.
So it tells all kinds of things. I'm not sure if it indicates if it's a joint credit with someone else. It may or may not have that status. And I haven't looked at one of the few ones closed. It tells you all kinds of information about it.
Cool. Thank you for your extra input. So Amanda was talking about how we can pull this in the clinic. Sometimes it is easier or it makes more sense for the customer, depending on what point in their time at the clinic you get this, is to give them this form to request the credit report be mailed to them. So they can take it and take it home and do it themselves and mail it, or they could fill it out and then we can just take the form and mail it on their behalf and it will get mailed to them.
Another advantage to doing it this way is that they can request to have all three reports mailed to them. So if they want a physical copy of all three, that's the better approach.
Cool. Thank you, Amanda. So this is one of the most common financial services that gets requested by customers. If you end up going through, also when we talk about the next steps booklet, we have there's like two sub options. If you say you wanted a free copy of your credit report, the first one is by mail. If they just like ended up taking the form and they either fill it out on site or if you send it home with them, mark like by mail. I think ideally they would fill it out and we would keep it so that they don't have to do more steps. Then they're just going to get it in the mail. Or did we print it on site and you received it today? So that's going to help them if they take this home and look at it and say, what is everything that happened? you would mark which one you did. Not all of them have like multiple options, but that is one that does. If you printed the credit report, one of the things that CSVs can do, sometimes do, is talk the customer through it. And if that's a new concept for you, we have a training that you can have access to when you get to, let's see. There it is. So the volunteer training site is something that comes up automatically on the volunteer laptops, but also you can get there from the Prepare and Prosper homepage. Let me show you that. Prepare and Prosper home. I don't know why this is so silly. Oops, wrong. Okay, so from here, this banner's in our way. We're looking for training site. That's up here in the top right corner, training site. And that takes you to a few different courses. CSVs, yours is the third one, Customer Support Volunteers. So we just click here. So we went to Prepare and Prosper main website and then training site. This is, we have available, there's a PDF of the CSV manual somewhere in here. I think. Oh, it's at the very top. So if you ever want to just like pull this up and search the PDF instead of flipping through it. We also have, Amanda's going to talk about how to get IRS certified. If you go down to the bottom, there is a self-paced training on demystifying credit reports. So if you're curious, this is on the back, just to interrupt this train of thought, on the back of your CSV manual, there is a CSV bingo, which is just a fun way for you to engage if you want. And so helping a customer understand their credit report, tip, do the self-paced training is one of the squares. So if you're interested in trying to get a bingo, we have a fun sticker we will send you if you do it. That's one of the squares. I think maybe it could be interesting by the end of our time together. If you look at all the squares and there's something that you're like, I have no idea what that is, this may be a good place to ask, because everything that we've included are things that CSVs are expected to do or that you'll do as part of your role. So could be an interesting thing to look over before you leave to make sure you know everything that's in the bingo. Okay, so the training site is where you will find this training on demystifying credit reports if you're interested. It's an optional thing that you don't have to do, but a cool thing to offer to customers to look at it with them. Okay. So when you pull a credit report online, if you do, you're going to have to bring a laptop over to the customer and work with them to enter their information and verify their identity. Can you all picture that it's going to be like, which of these 3 addresses have you lived at? Like, which street did you live on? Those kinds of questions to help make sure that they are who they say they are to get the credit report. And, oh, okay, what are my tips here? So to review it, you don't have to be a credit expert. The priority is ensuring that the report information is accurate. So that's one of the things that the self-paced training will say is like, sometimes people catch fraud by looking at these reports. And there is also a handout on credit reports that will help you as well. Thoughts, questions on credit reports? Okay. So which 3 have we gone over so far? Who remembers? We started with Exodus, good memory. And then we did CollegeBound. Credit reports. Okay. So it's showing you this is what it will look like when you go to request the credit report. Okay, so I talked about the handout. This is kind of what it looks like. it says one of the ways you can prepare is go to annualcreditreport.com and pull your own to understand what it will look like for a customer. It's a cool idea. And you can use this, use the handout, like we said, with the customer to cover the basics. And then the slide is talking about CFPB credit resources, which I'm like, does it still exist? I don't remember what it stands for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great website. It has all kinds of stuff about what you can do if you run into fraud or if your social security number's compromised or who you should reach out to. Maybe you file a police report. All kinds of things that will help you restore your credit and recover from the fraud.
Thanks, Marie.
All those defunded though.
Not yet.
Okay, good. We have the latest news here.
The website is.
Okay. So there's something in your manual that is outdated. Is the section on FAIR, banking and credit support, page 51. For many years, Prepare and Prosper had this program called FAIR, which stood for Financial Access in Reach, and it was like a way to get customers bank accounts. And the program has gone away. First, our bank partner went away, and now FAIR as a program doesn't really exist anymore. But everything that they were doing is still a thing that we're doing. We're now calling it just banking and credit support. So it's not FAIR anymore. It's just called banking and credit support. So one of the things that customers have access to is to meet after their appointment. This is one of the referrals to get support around banking and credit building. It could be like, I need a bank. I don't know what bank I should go with, or credit union. So that's one of the big things they help with, is they can navigate what's a good product for you based on what you need for banking or credit. Someone's like, I really want to build my credit. They can meet one-on-one with one of our navigators on staff who can help them figure out what they want and what would be a good fit to accomplish whatever their goal is. They can also help someone set up a CFR card outside of the clinic, which that maybe could be, trying to think of when that would be relevant. Maybe if someone owes and they're not getting a tax refund, but they still want a CFR card. Like, we could still do that in the clinic, but also our banking and credit support team could help them. Okay, here's a longer list of stuff that they can help with. So explore, apply for checking, savings, or prepaid debit cards. So especially folks who maybe struggle with technology, they can assist with, like, how do I look at my bank account online? Trying to think of other examples. They can review a credit report. There's also a different kind of report called check systems, which is more about your banking history. Is that right, Marie?
That's correct.
Okay. So if the credit report is all about all of the credit that you've ever had in your life, all the loans and debt, then check systems is all about your banking history. So, and is that the one that comes with the credit score?
Those do not come with credit scores. They now have a system where it kind of gives you a financial ranking score. That doesn't really mean anything in real terms, but it tells the bank like how much of a risk you might be as a customer. It just lists like every place you've ever applied for a checking account. Well, within recent history, it doesn't go back for 1,000. It'll tell us when it's closed, if it was closed owing money, how much do you owe. So it just gives the bank a checkpoint, something to reference if it would be a good risk. And I'm sounding like a banker. Yes. A good risk to open an account.
Yeah. Good. And all of this is too on page 51. If it's like, that's too much to remember, or I can't read it up there. Appreciate you, Marie. So if someone is saying, I don't know why I can't get a bank account, this would be a great resource for them, banking and credit support team, and they can pull the check systems report and look and talk it over with them. Or even just reviewing bank fees and talking about how to avoid bank fees, learning how to use online banking. And then on the credit side, if a customer really, really wants a credit score, the banking and credit support team can pull the TransUnion credit report with the FICO score. So if they really want a credit score, then just refer them to banking and credit support, and they can pull that for them after their appointment. So this is a really cool resource. I know that when me and my husband when we were getting married and we wanted a new bank for our joint account, it can take a lot of research, right? To be like, what is the kind of bank I want? And luckily, like, we had the know-how, and he did the research and just figured out. We went with Truestone. But I feel like everybody can use this kind of help with things like, what kind of bank account? How do I make my credit better? Okay. When we talk about who's a good fit, we talk about people who are unbanked or unhappily banked. So maybe someone just really doesn't like their bank account. I think this could be a good fit too for someone who's like used to get paper checks and now they have a prepaid debit card from Social Security and they have a prepaid debit card for their tax refund and they're tired of prepaid debit cards. That might be a good person to refer if you're ready for a bank account or you think a bank account would be a better fit for you than all these prepaid cards. The banking and credit support team can help you set something up.
Let's say if somebody's banking, but they're getting a lot of fees, that maybe finding someplace that's going to work better for their situation.
For sure. It's kind of a very broad number of things they can help with. So I think for this one, I wouldn't really be worried about like, does that kind of thing apply for this referral, because they're just kind of waiting to call people and to help them. So I think for this one, think of it as more of a broad bucket of ways they can help. Okay. Hold on just a moment. I just want to make sure I'm tracking with time. Okay. So some more examples of things that someone might say that would lead you to believe this was the right referral. Someone who's why a bank account, I don't know why. I'm not good with tech, but I want to start using online banking. 1 or 2 meetings to learn about options, pull a report, or apply for something. It was like somebody who was designing this slide didn't really get to this one. They want to apply for something, they want to pull a report. I don't trust banks. I'm sick of paying to get my checks cashed. My credit score is low and I'd like to build my credit, but I don't. So lots of ways the banking and credit support team can help. And they can also, if you're pulling a credit report for someone, just the mail one, the banking and credit support team can also be the ones to walk through that with them after their appointment. So ask if you're sending someone, if you're going to mail someone a credit report or you printed it and you weren't able to talk through it with them, it might be a good idea to ask if they want to meet with someone afterward to talk through their credit report. They can also do that. So it's all optional. Lots of options. Okay, this is what a testimonial someone had. By actually having my checking and savings account through a real bank rather than a prepaid card, it's made me feel more financially responsible and has helped me feel proud of my accounts with Sunrise Banks, regardless of the amount of money I have in the account at times. So it's cool to hear a story from someone that was like, I wanted a bank and I'm happy that I was able to get this kind of support. Okay, so this is one where all you really have to do is mark it on the back. We're talking about, it's the boxes that say bank accounts, PNP Financial Services, or credit support, PNP Financial Services. It's one of my big pet peeves when things are called different things on different forms. So thanks for your grace that this is hopefully it's clear that bank accounts, credit support, P&P Financial Services, that's the same as what we're talking about with banking and credit support. That's all you really have to do is mark it here. If you have time, you could help them book an appointment. The brochure that's going to be available for this one has a QR code they could use on their phone, and you could help them pick an appointment time using their phone. That's like above and beyond. You don't have to do that part. Oh, would you be willing to turn to a neighbor and practice describing what we just talked about, everything that the banking and credit support team can do to help? If you want, you can open up page 51 as a little resource. But I will tell you that describing this program is one of the bingo squares. So you turn to a friend and just like pretend you're talking to a customer about what it is. We'll give you 3 minutes. So fun. Good point, Susan. Well, I need water, so I'm going to say 3.
Yeah.
Thank you. They want to consolidate that. How do you guys?
Maybe Friday. So if we have one option, like tied in pay, or you pay person. Services. Right. It is. So making options. There's about 24 and maybe it's not. They are. Yeah, okay, yeah. We have a team. The mail is or upstairs. You are. Yeah.
Okay, folks. How did that go? What questions do we have? How did that go? Right?
I was kind of having trouble figuring out what to start with. I mean, just because this is something that covers a lot of different but interrelated services, it's kind of daunting to try and open with something basic. Did you have any thoughts?
No.
That's right. It might just be a trial by fire where we figure it out on the go.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's a lot to like list everything.
Yeah.
For those of you who thought it went well, what worked for you? Talking about this.
Well, I mean, I thought if they're interested in knowing more about their credit or if they had questions about banking, like so they put in the account. Just so when we have resources that would direct you to be able to find out more about that. If you're not in the banking system, the resources might be able to help you if we enter the banking system. That's what you're interested in, but we can also show alternatives to what a traditional bank account would offer for you and how it would fit into your needs.
Yeah. Great. You can think about it like if you want to figure out how to get one of these things, if you want to figure out a bank account that's right for you, if you want to find a credit product that's right for you, if you want more information about your current bank account or credit product, or just like how to get one or how to use it if you have it. I think they can help with any of that stuff. Okay. Okay, kind of drastic change here into Prepare and Prosper's financial coaching program, which is called Money Mentors. And I'm on page 53 and 54 in the CSV manual. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this is a totally free program where someone has a financial goal they want to work towards. One of the kind of tenets behind the idea of coaching is that sometimes it's not enough to know the good practices. It's not enough to know what you should do. Sometimes you need a partner or you need accountability along the way to like work towards what you want. Even if you know, right? Like I think about like, that's why they have health coaches or like trainers at the gym, because maybe you kind of know what you should be doing if you want to like be healthier, but you really need a partner to be like, let's talk about it. I'm going to remind you of what your goal was. What's the little thing you can do as your next step to work towards your long-term goal? So I love that financial coaching is available to our customers. This is one where very few referrals actually come from current tax clinics. I think it was 5 coaching participants that came from last year at all. What is a lot more common is people will reach out 5 years after they no longer qualify for our tax services. And so a lot of this is you're planting seeds. Like it's totally available if someone is ready, but it's more common that someone will a few years from now be like, I remember what Susan told me about coaching and now I'm ready. So they can meet, it's one-on-one meeting with a coach. Sometimes they meet in person, they can meet online, whatever's best for the pair. Very flexible, and the whole idea is that it's non-judgmental and it's like individualized support for whatever that person's goals are. That participant could say, like, maybe after 6 months, they're like, great, I met my goal, I'm done. Or they can meet for up to 2 years. Kind of monthly is the idea. And then also participants of Money Mentors, I think it's like 50 to 60 participants at a time in the Money Mentors program. Maybe I have that wrong, it's 50 to 60 coaches. Thanks for your grace, I don't remember that number. My coworker, Sarah Botts, is usually the one who, she runs this program, she usually presents on it. Maybe I have a note about it. No, but there's the note about how Sarah runs monthly Zoom calls that are totally optional for people, but it's like we'll have a monthly topic of like emergency fund, and people can show up and learn, connect with each other about emergency funds. So she's a different topic every month. So I also want to just plant a seed for you all that our application for volunteers to apply to be Money Mentors financial coaches is open until I want to say like the first week of February. So if any of you are interested in applying to be a financial coach, consider applying. We are always looking for people who speak other languages. And even if you don't speak another language, it's really helpful if you've ever had a tough financial experience to be able to have like that empathy to bring into coaching. So extra note about that. So Sarah has a bunch of slides here about how like what is coaching. It's helping someone, I like to say that coaching is helping someone get clear about what they want. What do you want? What's your goal? And then explore options of like, how do you want to get there? Like what are some options for us? And then how do you want to be accountable to that goal along the way? So getting clarity on goals, feeling listened to and heard, brainstorming ways to overcome obstacles. Let's see what else she's got here. So it's not that the coach has the answers and is giving advice or is the expert. The coach isn't giving advice on investments or legal issues. So if someone's like, I just want to know how to invest, that's probably not a great fit for coaching. It's going to sound a lot more like, I'm ready to make a change. Let's see, I'm looking for the slide that's like got the green flags. Here we go. I keep getting into credit card debt and I can't seem to kick the habit. My finances are a mess. I don't know where to start. I want someone to hold me accountable. I really want to start saving for an emergency fund, but I don't feel confident enough to do it on my own. Oh, there's so, like, it seems to me from this slide, like if someone is really down on themselves, like that might be a good sign that maybe they could use a partner to come in and kind of come alongside them, help build up their confidence and help them see like you can take steps to feeling unstuck, to feeling less stressed. Thoughts, questions, reactions? Well, what were the slides I missed here? If someone seems interested, you can tell them the first step is an interest form. And then after that, there's an orientation session. And then someone would apply to be part of the program. I'm assuming this is in the manual. Yeah. This is on page 54 to kind of explain like, first you're going to submit the interest form. And then I guess it's kind of skips to step 3 based on the slide that like they learn more at a virtual info session. And then they complete the program paperwork to apply, and then they get it. So there's some pre-work. I think this is probably why it's uncommon for people to just show up at a tax clinic and like hear about this and do it. Like I'm assuming folks kind of get lost along the way if they're like, oh, I'm not ready or I'm not that interested yet. And sometimes we have a wait list to be matched with a coach. I think we will tell you when that is the case, but that's not relevant right now though. Be more like a summer problem. I think we would tell CSVs if there was a wait list for coaching. Just something to know. It can happen. And this is such a long story. Oh, okay, but I'm going to read it. So we're talking about this participant, Brittany, and Brittany's coach said that when she started with Money Mentors, Brittany was living paycheck to paycheck. She was in survival mode. Within a year, she consolidated debt, gotten a new job with higher income potential, opened a savings account, and started making significant contributions to it. We were no longer reviewing her budget every month to confirm she had enough income to cover expenses. We were deciding where she was going to put her extra income, savings improvements for her and her husband's farm, or accelerating her LSS payments. So proud of her, she never gave up and she worked really hard and accomplished more than I think she realizes in the last 2 years. And a cool story from a coach that like a lot can change when you have support of someone who's focused on your goals and how you can get closer to them. Okay. It's your turn to practice describing this program to your neighbor who is a pretend customer. Someone's interested in coaching. This is a good step of learning. Like I've heard the information, let me try saying it out loud. It's okay if you don't know what to say. Try formulating some words. See how it goes. I'll give you just 1 minute this time. Just kidding. Okay.
I think ultimately, helps too. It helps incredibly, just sort of thing. So teaching what they know and help the coaching and guidance.
It's the
same thing. Service. So you can do that. That's why. Step by step.
Just in partners.
I like that you brought up checking. So. Yeah. For people who are ready to push on. If somebody knows that we might just next month, to check back in.
Probably, they're looking for the down financial stability. A lot of this service versus people hand involved.
Yeah. It's always helpful to remember that, like, even if they're not, even if they say no, it's clear that somebody knows. Yeah. Right, and maybe they hear about it 3 years in a row, and the third year, they're like, this is good to retire.
Before we jump back in, can I ask a little bit about how people find the parent process? Like, how do they know about you and the free text?
Yeah. Amanda, what would you say?
I have customers in this.
Well, I guess one place to start is that we've been a nonprofit for 50 years.
A lot of word of mouth. And also because we have partnerships with all the different sites, people who come and use the services of those sites will often see it promoted. And I mean, like, I know my kids come home every year with brochures in their backpack because the public schools give them out. Yeah. All the kids, and then I'm sure that there are a lot of places like, like Lutheran Social Services and our various, not just our site partners, but like our medical services partners are promoting this. A lot of people, I think, know that AARP does free tax prep, and so if AARP has no appointments, they might say, but I think word of mouth is really the number one. We've been doing this for so long, and we've helped so many people. They tell their family, they tell their friends, they tell their friends.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Amanda. We also get specific funding from Minnesota Department of Revenue to do outreach. So probably maybe you'll see one of our billboards after the season starts.
That's how I do.
Yeah.
Years of volunteer too.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things too that customers could Google that could bring them to like paid money to do their taxes online, right? But if they end up at the IRS or the Minnesota Revenue, both of them have like a directory of all the VITA sites. So sometimes people find P&P that way too. One thing that's interesting about Money Mentors is we got connected to this group that they do substance abuse counseling, and they have a halfway house also for people coming out of substance abuse or disorder. And they refer people sometimes to Money Mentors. And really interesting to think about the intersection between like substance abuse and like just financial trauma, financial issues that people are trying to overcome. So kind of an interesting referral source just for our Money Mentors program. It's probably more like that. Good question, Marie. Okay, friends, you ready to go on to the next one?
Do it.
Yeah, all right. So, P&P financial planning. this last week I was got to be part of the 2.5 hour long training for new Prepare and Prosper financial planners. They're also P&P volunteers. So these people are certified financial planners already when they come to us as volunteers. So they've done a lot of training to be able to. Marie, do you know much about CFPs?
I am not a CFP. I know that they have to get all kinds of licensures and things like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of about as sophisticated as becoming a CPA, I think, with it, a lot, they're heavily regulated and there's a lot they have to do.
Well, it was a 3-part test. It is really difficult. It's a lot, years to pass it. That's, you can all see it comes up quite impressive.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
So I think this came about several years ago when we started having customers ask about things like retirement or investing. And so that's when we started this program, because we realized that as much as we know that like some of our customers need even more basic services, we also want to acknowledge that like some of our customers need more advanced things, like how do I set up a 529 education account for my grandkid? So there's a whole gamut, right, of what people have questions about and want support with. And one of the things that the financial planners talked about in their training is that most of their clients have significant wealth that they're helping manage, and that is such a privileged thing, and that they get to offer this as a free service to people who have, an average of $28,000 a year of income is really cool, and it should be available to more people. So let's talk about it. This is a one-time meeting. This is way different than coaching, which is a relationship over time, right? This is one time, and it's about planning, expertise, and advice with complex long-term financial issues, like I need to retire, I'm way behind on retirement, insurance coverage, education funding, investing. One thing to note about investing is they're not allowed to give advice about what kind of investments to make. And sometimes that's what people really want. It's not about like giving advice, it's about sharing with the customer what's available. Maybe they want to build an emergency savings fund. That's also something a financial planner can help with. Some common topics are not a good fit. Let's see. Okay, these are good fit. How much do I need for a house down payment? I have a retirement account I want to roll over. We see a lot of, just a note about that, a lot of people in clinics who, when you switch jobs, your job will be like, you need to tell us where you want this retirement account to roll over to, or we're going to distribute it to you. You guys know what I'm talking about? And those letters can be really confusing, and it can be really hard to figure out what you're supposed to do. But if you get that check in the mail, you might be like, awesome. But then when you go to do your taxes, our preparers are like, oh no, you took an early distribution. And so such a great resource that people can, if it's, in the right timing, help someone roll over a retirement account. So if someone's talking about getting a new job or having a new job, that might be like do you have a retirement account that you need to roll over? Maybe you should talk to a financial planner. That would be like highest tier green flag if you're like arranging that kind of, if you're orchestrating that. So that's not an expectation, just a heads up. What kind of IRA should I start? I'm 55 and I don't have a retirement account. They're asking about life insurance. I'm going to have a baby. How do I prepare financially? If someone talks about inheritance, or what should I do first? Pay off debt or start for saving for retirement? So things that are not a good fit. If someone is talking about bankruptcy or needing help writing a will, think about more like survival mode issues, like I need to avoid getting evicted, consolidating debt, talking about county benefits, getting debt cleared off my credit report. So I'm wondering, how are you guys making sense of what is and isn't a good fit?
Sense.
Makes sense to you? As someone who doesn't have much of a like financial background, it feels random to me. So if I was a CSV, I would bring out the list on page 56 and I would show them. I'd be like, so, okay, you're interested in financial planning. Let me just show you. These are the things that would be a good fit. These are the things that would not be a good fit. I wonder. Okay, sorry, I have a couple more slides here. Bare minimum is to note it on the back, right? This is one where it's really helpful to have any notes to pass on to the financial planner. So if someone says, I want to meet with a financial planner so that I can get help setting up retirement accounts, that kind of thing would be really helpful to add to the referral notes. This is one where if they can know anything about the person ahead of time, they'll be more prepared to help them in their, short one-on-one appointment. If you have extra time, the handout for this one has the QR code and you could help them. I don't want to misspeak. Okay, the next step is filling out the financial planning referral form. So what happens after they say they're interested is they'll get an email to fill out the form with information about what they want. And so you could get them one step closer to meeting with the financial planner. If you had time, you could be like, let's fill out the form together right now. Or let me get a laptop and you can fill out the form so that you're ready to meet with the financial planner. It's not an expectation that's like an above and beyond thing, but just so you know, that is available. Okay, some other I'm trying to make sense of this slide. We're just talking about it being this one-time meeting. We're talking about planning, forward thinking, advice, expertise. Do you think I was wrong when I said they're not going to give advice about investing or anyone? What do you think, Josiah?
Rather than the financial planner, what you're asking?
Yeah.
I don't think they're trying to make the fix them selling something now. They're selling specific investment vehicles.
Well, they're definitely not. They're fiduciaries, which means they're not going to financially benefit from anything. So they're not trying to get a commission. But I'm a little confused. It says advice, expertise, tell me what to do. And I remember it was it's not a good fit about giving advice with specific investment funds. Maybe that's what it is. So they're experts. They're going to give, unlike coaches who don't give advice, financial planners they're the experts, but they're not going to tell them what to invest in. Okay.
I think it's like they're not going to say buy stock in this company, but they might say, here's the kind of thing here are different ways you can invest, and these are the pros and cons of each, and these are the steps.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So here's what somebody said. They said, I participated in a financial planning session with one of your financial planner volunteers. Within 5 minutes of listening to my issues, she knew what financial tools could assist me. She explained what they were and how they worked, and provided a detailed plan to help me move forward with my goals. More importantly, she listened. She spoke without judgment, which helped me ease my anxieties about talking to someone about my financial situation. She inspired me to open an IRA account, and I turned around and taught my children and family. Oh, I think I'm just PMSing, but that just made me emotional. And then I turned around and taught my family to do the same. So kind of cool to get this this human element, we've talked about the process and what is it they do, and then now you get a little snapshot of like, what could this look like for someone who can get referred? Okay. So we can save you from some improv role modeling. If I could have just one person describe in 30 seconds or less how you might explain this program to a customer. Or even if you just had like a line, we could put it together. So I can start. This is just a one-time meeting. No ongoing commitment. No ongoing commitment.
Meeting with the certified financial planner.
A certified financial planner.
Can help you get answers pretty quickly. It's not as useful for long-term issues like bankruptcy. But if you're just looking to get kind of a glance of what you can do to improve, this is the way to go.
Sometimes it's nice to throw in like their prepare and prosper volunteers. You don't have to like tell them that, but it's interesting. Like it's just a volunteer who's also a certified financial planner.
For us in us as an organization and in our volunteers.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, great teamwork. Okay, LSS Financial Counseling. So this is another external referral source. Counseling helps with a specific financial issue, tends to focus on issues facing low-income populations. So this is just an external referral right to LSS, but what they will do with the person is 1 to 2 meetings over the phone, online, or in person. So generally, their services are free, but there's a couple exceptions. Like you have to, I'm trying to remember, you do have to pay for student loan debt management. And there might be one more that actually is not totally free, but the consultation with LSS is totally free. So we're referring them to talk to LSS and learn more about what's available. And so it's not necessarily our job to like speak exactly to their services. A lot of their services are free, but just something to know. They have services in multiple language. They're available statewide. These are the big ones: credit card debt counseling and home ownership counseling. There is a separate referral on financial counseling. I wish it was called something different because it gets really confusing for me to keep financial coaching, planning, and counseling all as separate things. So try not to get like stuck on that or think that you need to understand the difference between those words. We're just talking about LSS and their ability to do credit card debt counseling and home ownership counseling. So the big green flags are someone talking about they want to buy a house, or they need to pay off debt. So this is such a good example of someone like when the conversation with you is what gets them to the right referral. Because someone talking about debt, it could be Exodus, right? If like, oh, you have a predatory loan, you have a very high interest loan, and you need help refinancing like $2,500. Like it's just very specific. Or do you have a mountain of student loan debt and you need to talk to LSS about what to do to move forward with it? So that's one example of something where they're going to say they have debt, and will depend on questions you ask to figure out what is the right next step. Or debt could be coaching, right? Be like, oh, maybe you need a partner to walk alongside you so that you can like help work on paying down this debt over time. So this is, but with LSS, it's just 1 or 2 meetings. Amanda, do you have any insight on how often we see LSS referrals?
I mean, it's not gonna be in every clinic sort of thing,
Yeah.
but it's not terribly rare.
Mm-hmm. So my advice would be if this LSS might be the right fit, is to just pull out page 55 and look at it with them. Like, okay, it's going to be a good fit for these things. Not a good fit if your income's being garnished to pay your debt, or if you lack consistent, reliable income all year.
We need to have a little bit of a financial wiggle room to be able to really, for this really to be a good fit. If they're, if they can't meet all their basic expenses, then it can be a little, yeah. Although maybe for credit card debt counseling, that's still sort of a, one of the things I'll note about LSS is there's some known, but a lot of the time customers will say, oh, you work with that. Yeah, I can just reach out to them on my own. They'll probably put it in the referral. And that's still valuable because we're still spreading awareness. And so, track it. And you're running tally and money conversations.
Yeah. And there's really no consequences for doing more referrals than are necessary. The only thing that's going to happen is the customer's going to get a lot of emails to fill out different forms for things. And that's not the end of the world. I think a lot of customers never take that next step of going, filling out the form, because that's the kind of thing I would procrastinate, right? I would get the email and I'd be like, I'm going to do that, and then probably not do it. So it's not like there's a way that you can really mess up here. There's a way you could probably ask a few more probing questions and figure out what's the 1 or 2 right fit to have be a little bit less administrative work for the customer. But I don't think the stakes are super high. You don't need to be that nervous about this, man.
I would just say be very careful that you have their consent.
Okay, that's a high stakes
Can get dicey.
Get
They
the signature.
don't consent us sharing their information.
Yeah, that's a great point. Okay, do you guys want a break? Should we take a little break? It's 2:30.
Sure.
I'm back at 2:40.
Well, as much as I say, financial services are all the time and not just,
I'm going to move out of this spot if you want and have it over here.
as often as I say that financial services happen all the time, we know that they do mostly happen between preparation and review. So it makes sense now to jump back in with checkout.
I have this fancy little ring, and this one.
I'll take my balls too.
Yeah, it's going to tell everybody how well you are. So this is forward, or if you wear this, the up is forward. Oh, you'll figure it out. Yeah.
That's fascinating. Okay. All right. So, like I said at the beginning, for those of you who were here, you bookend the process, the customer experience. So now we're going to talk about checkout, which is honestly my favorite part of the tax clinic, because it's when the customers get to find out how much they're getting back, and they are released from this having to sit here and wait for hours and hours and hours. And it's usually when the customers are their happiest. And so secretly and maybe kind of selfishly, what I really love is when someone who comes in the door really stressed and maybe a little grumpy is ready to leave, and they're suddenly really happy and really relaxed. And it's not that I love that they ever had to go through the stressed out grumpy part, but if they had to be stressed out and grumpy, I love to see them at least leave feeling as though a weight has been lifted. So the basic steps in checkout are: the review is going to be complete. The reviewers are going to ring a bell. Then you're going to grab the customer's paperwork, you're going to sit down with them. You're going to go over some information, have them double check some information on the return, make sure we put it into the system correctly. They're going to confirm some of the details about how they're either going to get their money back or make their payment. You're going to make sure that everything with financial services has wrapped up. The customers are going to sign some critical documents, and then we're going to do some wrap up and keep their intake paperwork for our records. So let's break those down a little bit. At just about every site, I don't know of any sites that don't have a bell for when review is complete. So the reviewer finishes the return, they all have like a little metal rack that they put the envelope in, and then they ring the bell to let you know this person is ready to be checked out. Review is finished, you can come get it. The bell can be annoying in the beginning, and then you get really used to it and you feel like you couldn't live without it. So you come and you get the envelope. You can tell that it is finished because it will have a copy of a printed out tax return in it. It will have the intake paperwork all stapled together with another signature sheet on the front. And there will be amounts written on the front of the envelope. I have an envelope up here? I don't think I do. On the front of the envelope, there are some spots where the reviewers will write what the final refund or balance amounts are. And even if none of those things tip you off, you'll know that it's complete because there is a reviewer checklist on the pink sheet, and it will be filled out. So then the last thing that you need to do on the checklist is fill out the checkout checklist on the back page right next to the reviewer checklist. So you grab the paperwork, you find the customer, and you get started checking them out. And so we're going to do something similar with the checkout demonstration that we did with the screening. So you get to see an example, then we'll go through each step, and then you will get to put it all together and practice. And does somebody want to be my customer and go through a checkout with me so that, like Holly did with the screening? The volunteers? Okay. All right. So I'm going to find you, and we're going to sit someplace relatively quiet, away from all the hustle and bustle of the clinic. Okay. Review is complete. I'm ready to check you out now. We're almost done. Did you get your photo ID back already?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, great. Here are your social security cards. You might want to keep these out because we're going to want to double check all the numbers for your dependents. So here's your envelope. These are the amounts that you're getting back for your refund. It does not. Yeah.
So if they owe money, is this when you start talking about?
I'm pretending that this is a refund return, but we'll talk about balance too. It's on the checklist too. So these are the amounts you're getting back. It doesn't look like the reviewer found anything that would make those change from what the preparer came up with for you. Can you do me a favor? Can you do this favor? And just look over your personal information at the top of this sheet. We want to check the spelling of your name, your social security number, address, phone number, and your birth date. Does those all look right?
Yes, that all looks right.
Okay, great. And can you also check the information for your dependents and just make sure everything on there is correct?
Mm-hmm. Looks good.
Okay. Now you can put those social security cards away.
Okay.
All right. And then just down at the bottom of the page, can you also double check as you're doing direct deposit? Can you make sure that the routing and account numbers are correct?
Oh, what am I just?
So we're just pretending that we're looking at a piece of paper together. Okay. And then I just wanted to make sure did you talk to one of the other volunteers about the financial services form? I think you were interested in a couple of referrals. Did we?
That's on takes care. Thank you.
Perfect. No additional questions? All right, great. And then I see you did save some money. Let's see, so, and you're entered for the Save and Win contest. Would you be interested in filling out one of these saver quotes? And
I would love to.
yeah, just write something you're saving towards. It can be as general or specific as you want, and I can take that back when you're finished with it. And then, let's see. I'm going to say you did not opt into the advanced child tax credit, because we're going to get more into that later. And so it does look like you claimed the rent credit on this. I just want to make sure that they told you, remember the rules have changed, so it's not part of the state return, and we won't be filing that as a completely separate return for you. So the rent credit will be part of your state income tax refund, and it won't come as a separate payment during the summer anymore. Okay, so we are all ready for you to sign. Handing you something else. This form right here is giving us permission to e-file your taxes for you, but by signing, you're also agreeing that the information that you gave us, that we put on the return, is true, correct, and complete to the best of your knowledge, and that you are responsible for the accuracy of what's on the return. Okay. And you can just go ahead and sign right here. So we are going to e-file this for you tonight, filed electronically for you, before we leave here. We will only follow up with you if we have any trouble filing it. So no news is good news, but if you get a phone call from us in the next couple of days, pick up the phone or call us back. And there is information on your envelope about how you can do refund tracking with both the IRS and Minnesota. We don't have any ability to track your refund. We only know if your return has been accepted or not. So if you feel like it's taking too long for your refunds, you can follow up by phone or on the web. Did you have any questions?
I don't think so. You explained everything.
Great, thank you. The one thing I will also point out is that there's a QR code on the back of your envelope that if you scan that, it'll take you to a satisfaction survey. And if you fill that out and tell us how we did tonight, you will be entered into a drawing to win a $25 gift card. Great. So you can do that whenever. Okay, well, thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, so that's my high level thing. The checkout checklist is a little different from the screening checklist because not every customer will get every step. So we're going to go into, if you were following along on the checklist, you'll see that I skipped some things. And that's just because I made some decisions about what this scenario was going to be. And we will talk through each particular step. So you're going to start out doing basically the same thing that you did with the screening checklist. You're going to write your name. I don't typically write my full name, but first name and first letter of your last name is helpful. We want to have a way to know who was filling these things out. So that's the first thing that we're doing. You don't really have to write their name again. That's already on there from screening. But the first step on the checklist really is to return their documents. Most of the time, the preparer will have given them back their photo ID. That's why I just said, do you have your photo ID? Did you get it back already? Sometimes people will say no, but that doesn't really mean anything. They almost always do have it. It's just that they're doing a million things. They get their ID back, they put it away, they don't even think about it. And so usually if somebody checks their wallet, even if they say, no, I don't have it, so they check their wallet, they normally have it. If they really don't have it and it's not in the envelope, then we need to start, figuring out, okay, who reviewed this, who prepared it, where could their ID be? And the same with Social Security cards. Those will be in the envelope. The reason that they get their ID back from the preparer is that the reviewer is not automatically going to talk to the customer. We always do make a point of saying customers are involved in the review process, because they are on site and reviewers will often come and talk to them and ask them questions and, work with them, but they're not sitting right there. They don't interact, not every customer interacts with their reviewer. And so we kind of figure, well, if the reviewer isn't going to be verifying their identity against their ID, why hang on to their ID any longer than we need to? So we give it back to them. But the reviewer does have to verify the Social Security or ITIN. So they will have that documentation. So you always want to make sure that they get their card back. But also remember that not everybody gives us a card. Some people use a prior year's tax return or a Social Security benefit statement. So if you don't see a card, the question is, what did we use to verify your Social Security or ITIN number? And then just make sure they have that. You'll also notice that I said you might not want to put away the cards right away, and that I will do if somebody's claiming dependents, because I never want to trust somebody's memory of what their dependents' Social Security numbers are. They should be comparing those to a source document. Because otherwise you're going to be waiting while they dig those out again when you get to the point of double checking those numbers. The next part that you're going to go over is the final amount of their refund or balance. Preparers are supposed to tell customers the numbers that they see for them in the software at the end of the preparation process. But they're also supposed to tell customers nothing is final until this return has gone through review. The reviewer could find something that would make the amounts change. So you will notice when the preparers finish filling out the checklist, they're supposed to write down at the bottom of their checklist what the anticipated refund or balance amount is. Then the reviewers make a note if that amount changed. And so, and the reviewers are also supposed to write a note about why it changed. So in theory, if somebody says, wait a minute, the preparer told me I was getting $4,000 back, but now I'm only getting $3,000 back, you should be able to look at the reviewer notes and understand why that happened. In practice, it's not always clear because reviewers are just thinking at a higher level than normal people. I mean, they have so much tax knowledge that they're just, it may not make any sense why it changed. So it is perfectly acceptable if the customer wants to know why their amount changed to go to the reviewer and even to have them come out and talk to the customer and explain to them what happened. But often reviewers will already have made contact with customers. So customers are often prepared for why things have changed. Like I said, the refund or balance amounts will be on the front of the envelope, but even if they're not, for whatever reason, they will appear in a couple of spots on the return. There's always a customer copy of the return in the envelope after review is finished. That's one of the things the reviewers do. They print it out. And on the front page, the first page of that customer copy of the return, there's a line at the bottom that says either what the refund amount is for federal and state or what the amount due is for federal and state. So you can find that information. It's also helpful if your reviewer has bad handwriting to be able to verify that here. And for the property tax refund, the M1PR, that's not going to show up on the first page. But if you go and you find Form M1PR in the packet, the customer's copy of the return, it'll be on page 2, line 20. It says your refund. And the M1PR is almost always one of the very last things in the packet. So if you flip way to the end, you should be able to find it. So you share the refund or balance due amount. And then the next step is to have the customer double check all of their personal information to make sure we didn't have any typos. It doesn't happen often that we find them, but it does happen, even with reviewers double checking everything. Because I think reviewers often are so much more focused on the high level tax concepts that they can miss things like spellings of names and stuff like that. So always very important that the customer has a chance to double check everything. So name, social security number, ITIN, birth dates, and then contact information. The first three things are important because returns can and will be rejected if these things are wrong. This is important because either we or the various federal agencies might have to follow up with them, and we need to make sure that they or we can. So, again, the very first page of the customer's copy of the return will have what we call a summary sheet. And that's going to have all this information that you're looking for. So the first thing you want to make them check is their social security number and their name. If Yasmin Sample was married, their spouse's social security number and name would appear directly below theirs, and those also have to be verified. Then address and phone number next. I usually also ask them to verify their email, which will be down here. And then the last one you have to remember is the birth date, which is up here. I will just quickly mention that next to it there is an age. And this is probably the number one thing I hear when I'm checking people out is, wait a minute, I'm not 39, I turned 40 on January 1st. And the reason for that is the age that they were on the last day of the year that they're filing for. So if their birthday is January 1st, their age is always going to be wrong on here. But that's okay. The software calculates that and it knows what it's doing. It really trips people up when they're doing a prior year return and maybe 3 or 4 years have passed. That will get them. But it's never actually been wrong. Then the next thing you want to do is go down here to where the dependents are listed, and it's the same thing. Verify name, birth date, age will be automatic, social security number, and relationship. The 12 months trips people up sometimes too. That is the number of months that this dependent lived in the home with the taxpayer during the tax year. But it gets people who have young, babies, because sometimes their baby was only alive for 3 months during the year. They still get credit for all 12 months though. Or they'll say, my baby's 15 months old, not 12 months old. That's right. Then the next part has to do with direct deposit, but we're going to take a little bit of a detour to talk just a little bit about refunds and balance due. So I'm sure you all know this by now, but basically there are two outcomes to a tax return. One is the customer gets a refund, so they either had enough money withheld that they're getting some of it refunded to them, or they're getting credits that result in a refund. The other type is they have a balance. They didn't have enough withheld, and now they have to make a payment. This seems very elementary at this point, but if they are getting a refund, they can and should, because of IRS changes, get direct deposit directly, so the refund goes straight into a bank account. If they owe money, they have the option of having the balance withdrawn directly from their bank account through direct debit. Paper checks, not really, at least not an easy option with the IRS. Still an option with Minnesota Revenue. And if they owe money but they choose not to do direct debit, then that is classified as mail payment. Like in our software, it's going to be called mail payment, and it'll show up that way on their summary sheet. Doesn't actually mean they're mailing in a check. And in fact, the IRS is discontinuing that too at some point, although for now they're still accepting checks. It just means they're going to take some additional step to pay and not through direct debit. So they can mail a payment, they can walk money into an IRS office if they have an appointment. They can pay online, or they can set up a payment plan. So
they give a check at the you don't think here's my shot.
No, they don't pay us. They can theoretically still make an appointment to go to the IRS office. I don't know how many people actually do that. My guess is it's a long, you have to have an appointment. My guess is there's a long backlog for appointments. So most people pay online, I think, but they can still mail in a check at this point. So down here, there will be information, if they're doing direct debit or direct deposit, you will, down below where the dependents are listed, there will be a routing number and account number printed. It's very important that they double check that and make sure those numbers are correct. Because if they're not correct, best case scenario, it's that direct deposit is going to get rejected and it's going to slow down getting their refund. Worst case scenario, their money is going to go into somebody else's account. I don't know if that actually happens, but we definitely don't want to take any chances on it. So for the property tax, again, that's not going to show up. If they're only getting an M1PR refund, it's not going to show up on their summary sheets. You have to go again into the M1PR on page 2. It's the line right below the amount of the refund. So you have the loan, then the amount of the refund, and then at the bottom there is the direct deposit information, and you can have them verify their numbers that way. TaxSlayer is automatically going to copy the routing and account number onto all the relevant parts of the return, so they don't have to check every part. If they verify the summary sheet, it doesn't matter if they're getting 3 refunds. You don't have to go into each return and have them double check it, or you don't have to go verify the summary sheet and then go to the M1PR. If you verify it in one place and it's right, it's going to be right everywhere. So my advice is have them double check all of this, their personal information and their banking information, and only then, when you've double checked everything, if there's an error, go back to the reviewer and have them fix it. Because if there's one error, there might be 2 errors. You don't want to be running back and forth. Okay, the address is wrong. Fix it. Okay, now the direct deposit information is wrong. But the reviewer is the person to go to generally to fix any kind of error because they worked on the return. If everything's slammed and the reviewer just can't do it, a manager can help you with that as well, or a different reviewer. So why don't we turn to our neighbor and practice just going through. You do not have these yet. Okay. So we will give you a sample set of paperwork. Actually, why don't you take one that has a okay, now I have remember. All right. So you two just take turns having each other verify the information. Just do the steps up to where we got with direct deposit. All right. I think let's come back together. We have not gotten to this point yet, but I will just mention it is possible to split a federal refund across multiple accounts. If that is the case, then there will be 2 bank accounts listed on the summary sheet. We ran into an issue. They ran into an issue that was because these are outdated packets. But yeah, sometimes you'll see 2 bank accounts listed. In that case, you just want to verify them both. And make sure the customer knows that their refund is being split. And we will talk, I think we'll talk more about split refunds later on anyway. Okay. So, any questions at this point, just from, up to the direct deposit part? Okay. So the next item has to do with the balance due. Obviously, if someone's not getting a refund, you're going to skip the direct deposit step. Likewise, if they are only getting refunds, you're going to skip the balance due step. Sometimes you will have people who have both. they might be getting a refund from federal and owe money to state. In that case, you're going to do both steps. For the balance due, we talked about how there are multiple options. The big one that the IRS is pushing is direct debit, and that is where the money comes directly out of their bank account. The customer gets to choose the date on which the money comes out, and it can be any time up to April 15th, or whatever tax day is in a given year. This year it is April 15th. They can't go beyond that. So they can say, I want it to come out tomorrow. They can say, I want to wait until the last possible minute. And then there will be a separate authorization form that we need to sign. We need to have them sign so that we know that that they really are consenting to direct debit. And we have a record that we didn't just do this for them without their consent. If they, and these headings up here, e-file direct debit and e-file mail payment, that's what we're going to put in the software. So we're assuming that they're filing electronically and they're either going to do direct debit or mail a payment. But as I said before, mail payment includes paying online, paying by mail, paying in person, or they might make a partial payment up front and then pay the rest later, usually involving a payment plan. They be on the safe side, they should set up a payment plan if they're not going to pay the full amount up front. If a customer has a situation where they have a large balance due and paying it is going to cause a significant financial hardship, there are low-income taxpayer clinics, or LITCs, that can help them with that. There are two in the metro area, one through the U of M Law School and one through Mid-Minnesota Legal Aid. And we don't necessarily do referrals to those, but we have this handout called Paying Balance Due that we give to any customer who still needs to make a payment. We won't give this to people who are doing direct debit because they're set up for payment. But if they choose the mail payment option, we'll give them this form, and at the bottom, it has the contact information for the two low-income taxpayer clinics, low-income tax clinics. This sheet is really helpful. It explains all of the different options for how to pay, specifically, with information specific to the IRS and specific to Minnesota Revenue. It's just a half sheet of paper, and it on the back side also is in Spanish. In terms of direct debit, I wouldn't say it's terribly common to see direct debit, although it is becoming more common. It can be a really phenomenal option for some of our customers, especially if they have a relatively small balance. It's really easy to set up. It's as easy to set up as direct deposit. The payer can just do it when they're filing a return. There's no extra step for the customer. The funds just come out, and they have flexibility to determine the payment date. Although as it gets closer to the end of the season, that flexibility dwindles, obviously, because they have a deadline. But it can also be challenging. A lot of the time, especially when people schedule that debit fairly far out, they don't really know what their account balance is going to be at the time that this comes out. And it is possible that it's going to come out at a bad time. It can also happen in an unexpected time. Anybody who has bills that are on auto debit knows they don't always come out on the day that you set up for them. Sometimes there might be a delay of a day or two. And if the account balance, if there's not enough money, and if the account balance is too low, this can cause overdraft fees, or customers just may not have the funds available to pay other important expenses around the time that direct debit happens. So we want to be really careful. The preparer will already have had a conversation with them. They're going to, they should know that they're signed up for direct debit. But our role in checkout is just to make sure that they know that they're set up for this. They know that they know what they agreed to. that the date that we have in TaxSlayer for them is correct, and that they sign something attesting to the fact that they have agreed to this. You will know that they're doing direct debit because along with their intake paperwork that you have at checkout, there will be a handout called balance due authorization. And it should, it will have boxes that say, I authorize a withdrawal of blank on this date for payment of federal, and then the same thing for state, and they need to, sign and date. So go over that information with them and then make sure they sign the consent. So why don't we do a quick practice? I don't think you have the balance due handout in your packets, but I'll keep it up here on the screen. So, well, I'll go back to it in a second. Let's just make sure we remember. Practice just asking, do you have a plan to pay your balance due? Why don't we just assume they're not doing direct debit and that they're going to pay on their own? And then, you can just explain the options that are available to them on this handout. The next step on the checkout checklist is the financial services form. And if you remember the checkout that we did, the demo, really all you're doing at this point is just making sure that we didn't miss any of the financial services referrals that the customer is interested in. So ideally at this point, you or one of the other CSVs has already had a money conversation with this customer, or at least you have reviewed their green form and talked to them about anything that, that they were definitely interested in. So this is really just a way to confirm, okay, so there's nothing that's still out there that we haven't talked about. Maybe, a good way to introduce that is, was there anything that you still had questions about? Just, general prompt to, don't leave here without getting everything that you wanted. It's a good time to confirm, if someone, maybe they thought they were going to owe, and then it turns out that they're getting a refund. It's a good time to check in with them, make sure that they don't want to maybe get entered for save and win. We'll talk about splitting the refund in a little bit, but that's, another good thing to talk about now. And, maybe they are only getting a state refund. They thought they were fine with the paper check, but something's happened and, they might be willing to consider a card. It's always a little anticlimactic to think about doing a financial referral when you've gotten all the way to checkout, but if it's the right thing for the customer, then that's what we want to do. Holly already talked about the saver quotes. If the person is already marked as a saver in TaxSlayer, meaning they're putting money into a savings account, they'll get one of these. You just need to give it to them and have them fill it out. And then every site will have a spot where we hang those up as inspiration. Next one has to do with the advanced child tax credits. So if a customer is eligible for the state level child tax credit, not the federal credit, it's the state credit. You may remember that during COVID, the IRS was paying out portions of the child tax credit in advance to taxpayers if someone had gotten it the year before, as kind of not a stimulus, but sort of along those same lines. The federal government was trying to send people money a little bit earlier to try and help people out. Federal government has stopped doing that, but Minnesota said, hey, we actually kind of like this idea. This could be really helpful for Minnesotans with children, but we're not going to do it automatically. People have to opt into it. So if they opt in, they're eligible to get half of their child tax credit for the next year. So right now we'd be talking about their 2026 tax credit paid to them during 2026. They can get half of the refund paid during 2026, and then the other half will come to them in 2027 when they file their 2026 taxes. So, hence why we call it advance. It comes out in 3 equal payments. I want to say August, October, and December is when they get those. So each one of those payments will be a third of a half. If that makes sense, because they're only getting half in advance. But there are a lot of considerations that people have to take into account. The big one being that if they opt into this, then the amount they get in advance from the state is counted as income for SNAP benefit eligibility. So a lot of people who could benefit from this will probably not want to take advantage of it, because if they're relying on SNAP benefits, then those will go away potentially. So this is that, all of that is a preparer conversation. The preparer is going to be talking to them and explaining to them what the advanced credit means and helping them decide whether it's something they want to opt into or not. Your job is just to make sure that if they did opt into it, that they knew, that if we have it in our system that they opted into it, we want to confirm that that's really what they want. So you will know that they opted into the ACTC because there will be a signature sheet stapled to their paperwork when you check them out. So once again, kind of like with the direct debit, we just want them to sign again to reiterate that this is really what they want. And so really the only reason that you're going to talk about this with them is if you see that sheet, you're going to have them confirm it and sign it. You're not going to be having the whole conversation with them about whether this is the right fit for them. And if you see that sheet and you ask them to sign it and they say, wait a minute, I don't know what you're talking about, I didn't want this, then that's when you go and get a manager to come and talk to them, because we can undo it. They're not locked in until we file the return. So that's all you need to know for that one is look, if you see, we don't have a picture of it, but if you see a signature sheet that's stapled to the intake paperwork that's specifically about the advanced child tax credit, then you want to do this step. The next step in the process has to do with the rent credit. We already talked about that a few times. The big thing to know is that it changed. For tax year 2024, it changed from being part of the M1PR to being part of the regular state income tax filing. And the reason why that's important is because M1PR refunds come in either the summer or the fall. Regular state income tax refunds come within a few weeks of e-filing. So the big thing that we just want to make people know, in case somebody maybe didn't file last year and they don't know about this change, a lot of our customers really rely on the expectation that they're going to get one refund right after they file, and then they're going to get another check in the summer or fall. We want to make sure they know, no, you're going to get a bigger check a few weeks after you file, and no check coming in the summer. So you can point to, there's information on the customer envelope in both English and Spanish that explains these changes. So if you're asking, if you're talking to a customer about it and they just look like they have no idea what you're talking about, you can always refer to what's on the envelope. I think the best way to introduce this topic, if you look on the envelope, right underneath the amount of their state refund, there's a little box that says includes Minnesota, or Minnesota includes renter's credit. If that's checked, that means they filed for the rent credit and the amount of their rent credit is included in this number of what they're getting back from the state. Now, do reviewers ever forget to check that? Conceivably. So, it's kind of a good idea to just say, did you file for the rent credit? Did you claim the rent credit this year on your taxes? And then if they say no, don't worry about it. Unless they say, no, I'm going to do that during the summer, because that used to be an option. Not an option anymore. But if they say, no, I'm a homeowner, then no big deal. Process has not changed for homeowners, so they'll be fine. But if they say, yes, I claimed the rent credit, then we just want to make sure they understand that the refund timeline is what it is. It's going to come as part of their state refund, hopefully in a few weeks. And we'll get to what happens if, we'll talk more about that timeline in a little bit. The next step has to do with getting their signatures to finalize the plans for filing. So there are two ways that customers can file, that we can actually, send returns to the IRS and Minnesota Revenue. The first is to e-file. This says it sends it electronically to the IRS. It's really the IRS and or the state. It's faster, it's more secure, it's easier. Customers don't have to do anything. We do it for them. They can also submit a paper return. So putting it in the mail. Customer has to do that themselves. We don't mail returns for customers. We also don't pay for postage. We don't have prepaid postage envelopes or anything like that. So the customer has to take the return, add postage, add a return address, and actually physically deposit it in the mail. 10 years ago, when I started doing this, I would occasionally encounter customers who were distrustful of e-filing and wanted to paper file on their own. I have not seen that in a very long time. People have come around to the idea of e-filing. It really is better. But there are some situations in which they don't have a choice and they have to paper file. An example for that might be our software can only go back so many years, and we can only e-file 3 years at any given time. So if they're doing I think this is forcing me to do math, and or remember numbers. So I might plug this, but I think that, well, I'll just say 2021, I believe, is when we can still file, but we cannot e-file it. We only have the ability to e-file so many years of taxes at any given time. So if somebody's filing a 2021 return, it's going to have to be paper filed. Another one would be if they're married filing separately, but they don't know their spouse's social security number. That's going to have to be a paper filing. It's going to have to be manually processed at the IRS. So, just know people rarely, if ever, paper file by their own choice. The way you're going to be able to tell that someone is e-filing is that in their envelope, there's going to be a packet with all of their intake paperwork in it, and stapled to the front of it is going to be a document called Form 8879. That's another one of these, along with CRP. 8879 is one that you should just commit to memory. It looks like this. You will hear a lot about 8879. This is officially the consent form that the customer signs, giving us permission to e-file their taxes for them. So it's stapled to their intake paperwork. We keep it because it's for our records that we had the authorization to sign it. If you see one of these, this means they are e-filing. If they are filing paper, all you're going to get is a copy of their intake paperwork with nothing, no 8879 stapled to the front of it. 95% of the returns you're going to check out will be e-files, so you will almost always see this. What you need to make sure, though, the customer needs to sign it, but before they sign it, they have to know, and there's a whole step on your checklist just called return approval. where you have to check the box saying you informed the taxpayer. Signing confirms that the return is true, correct, and complete to the best of your knowledge. It also confirms that you know you are responsible for the information on the return. This is a VITA requirement. They have to be informed of these two things before they sign the return. So, I'll be very careful. And customers are all often so anxious to get out the door at this point that, like, I hold on to the pen and I don't even, like, put the paper down in front of them until I've gotten these words out. So once you have told them all of that, they will sign the 8879. This is a picture. This is a picture of what it looks like. It will not be highlighted in real life, but it's relatively easy to find. It just says your signature. Date will be pre-printed. There are no boxes they have to check, nothing like that. But they sign there. If they're married, there's also a line for spouse's signature, and that has to be done. That's like one of the massive reasons why we have to have spouses there. That and verifying their identity before a return can be filed on their behalf. And you'll want to check because remember how I said on the summary sheet it'll list taxpayer and then spouse. You want to make sure they sign the 8879 that way. So if you have, a husband and a wife, and the wife is listed as the taxpayer and the husband's listed as the spouse, you need to make sure the wife signs your signature and the husband signs spouse's signature. And then we always want to make sure that we keep the 8879. We cannot e-file if we do not have this. Managers e-file at the end of the night or the end of the clinic, and we have to go through and make sure we have an 8879 for every person who we prepared that day. If we don't have it, we have to hold onto the return, let the main office know, the person has to come back in, bring this form back, slows everything down. Nobody's happy, so we need to hang on to the 8879s. Every site will have a different secure location where we store them. So just remember, keep the 8879. The next phase after they have signed, you want to tell them that we're going to e-file their return for them right away. And then we do not have the staff capacity to be able to notify everyone when their return has been filed and accepted. So our policy is we only follow up if we have a problem e-filing. So just let them know they shouldn't be, we don't want them calling us, it'd be time out of their day and time out of our day if they have to call us and say, did you file my return? So we tell them that it will be filed, and we will contact them if we have any problems. And I already impressed upon you the importance of keeping the 8879, and the intake paperwork, which will be stapled to the 8879, so that's not going to require a lot of thought on your part. So let's turn to our neighbors and walk through the process of giving this statement and then getting them to sign and sharing about follow-up. Okay, how'd that go? Any questions?
That was useful.
Great. So then, now we get to the paper returns. And I'm not going to go into a huge amount of detail on this because we don't see them very often, and it's really important that the first time you see a paper return, you ask for help, because it's really easy to forget what's happening. And so it's you want to shadow an experienced CSV or an experienced manager before you do this, but we'll talk a little bit about it. I already talked about how there's no 8879 for a paper return. That's your big tip off that it's paper. There is no postage provided. Now, I'm going to be honest. My experience has always been that we provide the envelopes automatically if somebody is going to paper file a return. Because we get envelopes from the IRS and Minnesota Revenue that are pre-addressed, and that's easier. I do know that Minnesota Revenue and the IRS have both become stingier with their envelopes lately, so it might be that we are just anticipating we're not going to have enough to go around. So, my experience has always been the envelopes come pre-clipped to the return. If you don't see them, then ask the customer if they would like one, and you can go to the reviewer and ask for one. And the answer might be we're out of them. But ideally, we are providing envelopes because people do need those. Although the addresses for where they need to go are on the returns. So then the big step that you have to do is show the customers where to sign. So if they're e-filing, it's pretty easy to know where to sign. C8879, it's one authorization, federal and state. But if they're paper filing, then they have to actually sign the return itself. And the reason why this gets a little bit complicated is because if they paper file state, they have to include a copy of their federal return to send to the state as well. And so for the state return, they have to actually sign a federal return and a state return. So in the most extreme scenario, they're going to have to sign a federal return, put it in the federal envelope, then sign a federal return and a state return, put it in the state envelope, and then sign a Form M1PR if they're a homeowner claiming that refund, and put it in a third state M1PR envelope. And that's why I'm just saying it gets a little tricky, keeping track of all these parts and pieces. Not to mention the fact that the IRS envelopes are like that thick, and it's really hard to get those things to fold and fit into them. But you get used to it. So, tip, anytime they have to sign the return, it's always on page 2 of the main tax form. So 1040 for IRS, M1 for state, M1PR if they're filing property. You will get to know where these things are on the form, but it takes some getting used to. So ask for help from someone who's more experienced the first time you have a paper return. And I am going to skip the process of having you do this because honestly, we don't have enough of these packets that are set up as paper returns for everybody to even be able to practice it. So the point is just sign where that you make sure they sign the return, but ask for help until you get to the point where you really know how to do that. And again, you also should be giving the same kind of, you're attesting that the information you gave us was true, correct, and complete before they sign the return. We want them to know that happens whether it's paper or not. And then the other thing you want to do, and it's on the checklist, is make sure that they know that they have to put this in the mail and that they have to add the postage. They should already know. They should have had this conversation with the preparer, but we are just reinforcing everything they've already been told. Oops. Okay. Well, whatever. The next step has to do with refund tracking. It's one of the most common questions that we get asked. When am I going to get my refund? The answer is we don't know. There are a lot of factors that influence that. Once upon a time, the IRS and Minnesota Revenue gave us estimated timelines, and then we had too many instances where there were massive slowdowns at either one of those agencies and things got really backed up. And so now we don't give an idea. It's usually a few weeks, but we don't make any promises about it because we have nothing to do with it. We also have no way to track where people's refunds are once we submit them. So instead, what we do is we have information on the envelope about how they can track both their federal and state refunds. And so as a matter of course, we just want to point that out to people. And we want to show them that there is, that in that check your refund status portion of the envelope, there are phone numbers and web addresses for both IRS and Minnesota Revenue where they can go and track their own returns. So I always just say, if you're curious at any point, if you feel like it should have come by now, go ahead and follow up with them. And then It is also important to note one of the factors that influences when people get their returns is that there are refund delays early in the season for certain returns. Any federal return that claimed the earned income tax credit or the additional child tax credit will be delayed because it will undergo a second layer of review beyond the review that the IRS gives every return. This is meant to prevent identity theft and fraud. The idea, I guess, is that, people who are getting these credits are vulnerable. It's easy, people want to just file a quickie return and say that they're somebody who would qualify for these credits and then, rip people off. So that's what's happening with that. February 15th, roughly, is when they start issuing refunds for returns that claim either of these credits. So that's going to be here before we know it. It's really just a couple more weeks that this is going to happen. You will have flyers that explain these refund delays at the intake station. They're laminated. They have more information, so if anybody has questions, you can point to that. They should be out. And if people still have questions, you can get a manager or a reviewer, experienced person to talk to them. It is important to note this is nothing that is unique to Prepare and Prosper or to the VITA program. These delays happen whether people file with us, with paid preparers, whether they do their taxes themselves online. Always going to be there. There's no avoiding it. Couple tips for checkout. Don't rush the process. It's tempting when people, especially because I spent years at a site where we didn't actually have a designated spot to, it wasn't convenient to sit with someone to check them out. So we would usually be standing at a counter, and I would find that, the whole time that I'm trying to check people out, they're going, yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, yeah, all right. And it's like, you have to reel them back in. This is just too important to not take the time to make sure we do it right. So, the big question is, do you have any questions? Is there, anything that you still want to know? It's actually a step on the checklist. Do you have any questions? And then if they have questions, know that you're not always going to have the answer. I still very often don't know the answer, and I've been doing this for over a decade. Usually if they have questions that are specific to their return, the reviewer is the best person to talk to because that reviewer has been, elbow deep in their return. But managers can often help, just make sure you use the resources that you need to use to get the right answer to any questions that they have. Common questions, why is my refund different from last year? I'm going to tell you right now, it's pretty much never possible to answer that question unless you have last year's return and this year's return that you can sit and do a line-by-line comparison. There are some common reasons why refund amounts change. You'll get to know some of that as you go, but absolutely feel free to grab a reviewer or a manager to talk to the customers when they ask that question. What do I have to do next is a big one. If they're e-filing a thing, wait for your, if they're e-filing and they're getting a refund, they just wait for their refund, and make sure to call us back if we call them. If they have a balance due, you'll already have talked to them about how they're handling that. And then, of course, when will I get my refund? You should already have addressed that by this point. Other questions, just, get help as you need it. And again, yeah, we already talked about that. Get accurate information. This year we do have a customer survey with a QR code on the back of the envelope. This is an opportunity for customers to tell us about their experience, and they will be entered in a drawing to win a $25 gift card if they do it. So just point that out to them, and they can do it on their own time. So now let's put it all together. So you've done a bunch of the individual pieces, but we're going to do the same thing we did with the screening. Why don't you just try and use your materials there and walk through a whole return. And if you get done with one of you and you want to switch up the scenario, just let me know and I can give you a different packet. All right, so I am going to say that the way I always do it is when new CSVs come into the clinic, I always say, the first time you do this, I want you to shadow me or an experienced volunteer. And you're going to do that, a couple times, get used to it, because you will forget things between training and your first shift. And then once you stop needing to watch somebody do it, I'm going to have somebody watch you do it a couple times. And that's typically how it works. Eleanor shared the story of the CSV who was sort of thrown in the deep end of the pool this year. And fun fact, that was my 17-year-old daughter. So I had already heard that story. And I promised her it wouldn't happen to her. But let's hope that is not going to happen to any of you. The good news is that, you're coming in a little later in the season, so hopefully some of those kinks that were being worked out at my daughter's first shift will have been sorted out. And I would just say, advocate for yourself. If you need help, you need help. And someone will help you. So, couple of special checkout situations we need to talk about. I already did. I got ahead of myself and talked about when there's an error. Reviewer is the best person to fix that, but a manager can also help with it. Just, make sure that whatever the error that, the customer finds, whether it's a social security number, direct deposit, whatever, that it gets fixed. And we'll want to reprint some pages of the return. And then get help explaining any changes, anything the customer has questions about on the return. Sometimes it happens that we get all the way to the end of a return and the customer says, you know what, I don't want to file this. Usually it's because they don't like their refund amount or they owe money and they don't think that should be the case. If that happens, that's fine. It's totally up to them to not file. But we are going to, if they leave without filing, we're going to delete the customer's return from our records. We're going to keep the intake paperwork as well as the return that we prepared for them that would have been their copy of it, and we're going to shred it all. We're going to make sure that they take any documents they brought with them, like their W-2s and things like that. All of that leaves with them. We don't hang on to any of that. I would drop the if needed from this part of the PowerPoint. Just update your manager and get their support. These can be difficult conversations to have. Managers should be the ones having these difficult conversations. And we want to note on the sign-in sheet that they declined to file. If they come back, they will have to start the whole process over again. This is not meant to be punitive. We're not punishing people for not filing with us. It's just that if somebody gets all the way through the process and then they say they're going to leave, chances are they're never going to come back. And we don't want their information, all of their deeply personal information in our records if they're not going to file with us. So,
But Amanda, they can, if they don't have some information, they could need to come back and provide it, if you keep it all that.
yeah, I was going to say, if it's something like they're missing a document, you know, we get all the way through to review and the reviewer says, well, wait a minute, it looks like they should have this document, and they go and they talk to the customer and the customer says, oh yeah, I'm going to have to go home and get that. In that case, we know their intent is still to file with us. They just need to schedule another appointment and come back another day. So in that case, we will keep their stuff in our system. We will send their intake paperwork and all of their original documents with them. We don't keep any of their paper records at the site if they have not filed. If they have filed with us, we keep their intake paperwork and their 8879. But if they have not filed with us, they take everything, including the intake paperwork, and then bring it back when they're ready to file. And again, you should be working with a manager anytime a situation like this comes up. So you'll start to, this stuff will start to feel more familiar to you as you go. We already actually talked about this morning. So we have this extra slide on here about accessibility issues because we're just really trying to, again, as we talked about this morning, think about everything from the customer's mindset. So, just thinking about what it took for you to get here to the lower level. We did already talk about this morning. Where do I park? Is the building right? Stairs. The lift sometimes doesn't work. Now I'm up the lift. Where do I go now? This slide really applies to the main office, but it's really true of any site. Think through the issues that your customers may have finding you, whether it's, whether your site is in a building that has multiple doors, or whether there are, twists and turns in the hallway and they have to follow signage. Just really try to be mindful of ways that customers can be, lost or confused about what they're doing. And, if you see somebody who you think is looking for the tax clinic, just say, are you here to do taxes? And help them get where they're going. And if you're at the main office, answer the phone at the desk if it rings. It is specifically the line for the tax clinic. And it could be somebody who is having trouble finding the clinic or is stuck in the lift or something like that. Just a quick note about the various things that you have to do. Once all the checkouts are done, or even while checkouts are still in process, but you have downtime in between them, remember to enter the financial services that you did in the online tracker. Holly talked about that. These are really important because it's necessary to be able to finalize the referrals. It's really helpful if you can help the managers out and go into Acuity and mark which customers attended their appointments and which didn't. Again, the managers are the only ones who have logins for Acuity, so you will have to make sure that that you have access to it. Some sites it's just left up on a computer all the time. Other sites you have to actually ask a manager and get set up with it. It's really quite simple. The manager will pull up the schedule. You just, each one of these marks a appointment, and you just want to click into each of those. There's a little button that says label with a drop down. Click that, and you choose either no-show or attended appointment. Those are the only ones you have to care about, and someone will help you remember how to do this when it's time to do it. If a customer walked in the door of the clinic on the day that they had an appointment, then they are considered to have attended their appointment, even if they left because they were missing documents or they were out of scope. They still made the effort to come in, and so they get credit for it. After a certain number of no-shows, it becomes more difficult for customers to schedule new appointments with us. So we want to make sure that people get credit for being at their appointment, even if it was not a successful tax prep appointment. We do have a lot of no-shows My experience has been that it runs about a third of the appointments don't come, but you never know when that pattern is going to get broken and everybody's going to come or nobody's going to come. It's a tricky sort of situation. And then there's also, much like for the customers, there is an end of clinic survey that is available for you as well. This is in that computer links document that Holly showed you that's bookmarked on all of the PNP computers. And it is totally optional, but you can fill this out. You know, you can fill it out for every shift you do. You can fill it out one time during the season. It's really just, you know, let VRD know how volunteering is working for you. You can talk about really positive customer interactions that you had. If you have a story that might that might be good to quote on a future training PowerPoint, let us know. If something is really not working for you, if there's a situation with another volunteer or a manager that's really problematic, this is a good way to let VRD know. Likewise, if there's anything that you think we should have covered more of in training, that's a good way to let VRD know. Just VRD wants to support you. We're going to do a quick wrap up. Remember, these are your priorities. You're going to be checking in and screening customers, offering financial services and referrals, and then doing checkout. And basically just providing, good customer service along the way. A lot of what you're doing is going to be showing people where the bathroom is, and answering how much longer my returns and review, how much longer do I have to wait? And remember, you do have a lot of good resources available to you. You have the training site, you have your CSV manual. The checklists are really an amazing resource, as well as just an obligation for you. You have your screening tool on the inside front cover of your manual. We also have those laminated floating around the tax site, so if you don't have your manual with you, you can still use it. The customer handouts for referrals or financial services or whatever else are really helpful. And you have your people, who are good resources. We're going to skip that, and then I am also going to say, again, you have your managers. VRD is a resource, training site. I'm not sure why we needed two of those. But the last step before you can volunteer is to take your IRS certification tests. You have two tests you have to take. The first is Volunteer Standards of Conduct test. There are a set of shared expectations that the VITA program has for anyone who volunteers in a tax site. Those are on pages 6 and 7 of your manual. It's a short read. And the gist of it is that we do not accept or solicit payment from any customers. Somebody tries to give you a tip, you don't take it. We don't have a tip jar. You can't let someone deposit their refund into your bank account. Might seem obvious, but it's important to the VITA program that you know that. And you cannot use any information that you learn about our customers to enrich yourself or your family members. So even if you have a business that our customers could really benefit from using, you cannot solicit business from them. We also do accurate, respectful, and professional work, always. The second test that you have to take is the intake interview and quality review test. That's going to cover a lot of the stuff that really, that we've talked about, like in the screening and checkout. It's also going to cover some of the stuff that the preparers and reviewers do that we've talked about today. So basically, we have to verify ID and social or ITIN documentation. I will mention, and this might make more sense after you take your test, At some sites, in some circumstances, there's an ability to not verify photo ID. That may come up on your test, but just remember, at our site, it's an always sort of situation. We always check ID and social or ITIN. We always do a thorough interview, and the preparer has to go through every line on pages 2 and 3 of the IRS intake sheet and mark, confirm that the answer that the customer gave is the answer they really intended to give. And we do quality review on every return, and self-review is never an option. Preparers may never review their own returns. Always has to be done by someone else with the appropriate certification level. So a basic certified preparer cannot review an advanced return, but an advanced preparer can review a basic or an advanced return. So those are the 2 required tests. They're short. Each one is 10 questions. You need to get 8 correct in order to pass. You get 2 attempts to pass. If you don't pass on the first try, don't rush and try to retake it. You should reach out to VRD. They can't give you answers, but they can offer support on the test. And the tests are open book. So review the pages in your manual, but then also you have your manual open and be consulting it while you're taking your test. And there also is more information in the volunteer training site. Both of these are going to tell you how to get to the online test. You have to go to the VITA, a website that's affiliated with VITA to be able to take the test. And after you have finished taking the test, there's a button, I think it's called sign your volunteer agreement. You're going to click that, and it's going to generate a form 13615, which is the volunteer agreement saying that you have, it's going to show you passed your test, and it's your way of saying you're going to conform to all of the standards of conduct. And then you download a copy of that and email it to VRD. They must have that from you before you can volunteer for your first shift. And again, there's information in your manual about how you can get to those tests. So really, ignore this. There's no more CSV training for you. Your next step is to do your tests and send your volunteer agreement to VRD, and then show up for your first shift. So thank you very much. We're 6 minutes ahead of schedule, but please let me know if you have any more questions. I will be here. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you all for being here today and for volunteering in general.